Hey there, night owls. Glad you're here to join me. It's 8:43 p.m. for me right now. Let me know what time it is where you're listening from. Let's see who's the biggest night owl tonight. I've got some chilling stories lined up to keep you company and send shivers down your spine as the night stretches on. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to like and share. Your support means the world. Now, settle in and let the stories begin. I don't know how to explain what I saw that night. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist and my skin crawl. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible, the air in the room heavy and restless. I was lying there in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, trying to will myself to drift off. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet. That kind of deep silence that feels like it is pressing in on you from all sides. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a noise. It was not loud, just this soft scraping sound that seemed to echo in the darkness. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside, maybe the wind pushing them against the building. But the sound kept going. This steady, deliberate rhythm that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The scraping was coming from the window, the one that looked out over the small strip of woods behind the complex. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe a bird, but there was something about it that felt wrong. I pulled back the curtain just a crack, and that was when I saw him. He was tall and pale, his skin almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamp. He was naked, completely and utterly exposed, and he was clinging to the drain pipe just outside my window. His fingers were wrapped so tight around the metal that I could see his knuckles white and straining. His ribs stood out in sharp relief every time he took a breath, each inhale so deep and ragged that I could hear it through the glass. He did not move. He just stood there, staring at me with these wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to shimmer in the half-dark. For a moment, I could not move either. I just stood there, the curtain bunched in my hand, my breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. I do not know how long we stayed like that. Maybe seconds, maybe longer. But it felt like an eternity, the two of us locked in that silent, frozen moment. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. Call the police, run, hide, but I could not seem to make myself move. Finally, he shifted. Slowly, like every movement was deliberate, he turned his head and looked away from me, down at the ground below. Then, hand over hand, he began to climb down the drain pipe. His bare feet slipped once on the metal, but he did not make a sound, just kept going, inch by inch, until he reached the ground. I watched him walk away, his pale skin catching the light as he moved into the shadows of the trees. The woods swallowed him up and then he was gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time after that, the curtain still clenched in my fist, my whole body shaking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt like they would not hold me if I tried to walk. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way he had not seemed surprised to see me staring back, like he had been expecting me. Eventually, I managed to close the curtain and back away from the window. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. I felt like I could still hear his breathing, that ragged, hungry sound echoing in my ears. I called the police a few minutes later. My voice was calm, too calm, like it was not really me speaking. I told them what I had seen, about the man outside my window, about the way he had climbed down and vanished into the woods. They said they would send someone to check it out, that I should lock my doors and stay inside. I did what they said. I checked every lock in the apartment twice, then a third time for good measure. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of the living room, my phone clutched in my hand. I could not stop shaking, my mind replaying the image of that man over and over again. The way he had stood there, so still and silent, like he was waiting for something. The police came about 30 minutes later. I could see the flash of their flashlights outside moving through the trees, the beams cutting through the darkness. They knocked on my door and I let them in, trying to keep my voice steady as I told them everything again. They nodded, their faces serious but calm, and said they would keep looking. They found footprints in the dirt under my window, bare footprints, deep and clear in the soft earth, but there was nothing else, no clothes, no sign of who he was or where he had gone. Just those footprints leading away into the trees like a trail of ghosts. They said they would patrol the area for the rest of the night, but there was not much else they could do. One of the officers gave me a sympathetic smile and told me to get some rest, that it was probably just some transient, someone passing through, but I could see it in his eyes. He was as unsettled as I was. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the lights still on, my back pressed against the couch. I did not want to go back to the bedroom, did not want to see that window again. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way his chest had heaved with every breath, the way he had not seemed afraid at all. I do not know what he wanted or why he had chosen my window, but I know I will never forget the way he looked in the dark, pale and still and utterly human. And I know that even if I never see him again, I will always wonder if he is still out there, watching. The next morning, the world looked exactly the same as it always did. The sun rose and painted everything gold. The birds sang in the trees, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and warm pavement. But nothing felt normal to me. Everything felt too bright, too loud, like the world was moving on without noticing the crack that had split open in my life the night before. I tried to go about my usual routine, made coffee, fed the cat, turned on the news just to hear another human voice in the room, but every small sound made me jump. The scrape of a chair against the floor, the creak of the old pipes in the wall, they all felt too close, like they were happening right beside me instead of somewhere in the house. I kept thinking about the man I had seen, his pale skin, the way his ribs moved with each breath, the way he had not even flinched when he saw me watching him. I could not get that image out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. At work, I tried to act like everything was normal. My coworkers made small talk about the weather, about the football game the night before. I smiled and nodded, but inside I felt hollow. My mind kept drifting back to the window, to the woods behind my building, to the footprints the police had found in the dirt. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to stand up in the middle of the office and shout, "I saw him. I saw something I cannot explain," but I did not. I kept it locked inside, where it felt like it was growing bigger and colder by the hour. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and the curtains closed. I could not bring myself to go into the bedroom. I kept replaying it all in my head, the scraping sound, the way he had just stood there, the way he had finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I thought about how close he had been, just a thin pane of glass and a few feet of empty air between us. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. Not his features. Really, it was too dark to see them clearly, but the shape of him, the stillness, the certainty. It was like he had not been surprised to see me there at all, like he had been waiting for me to look. The next morning I called the police station to ask if they had found anything else. The officer who answered was polite but vague. "We're still looking into it," he said. "We've had a couple of reports of suspicious activity in the area, but nothing concrete." I thanked him and hung up, but his voice had that same careful calm that told me he did not really believe anything would come of it. Maybe he thought it was just some stranger passing through, someone with nowhere else to go, but I knew better. That afternoon, I went out back and walked along the edge of the woods. I told myself I was just getting some fresh air, but really I was looking for something, anything, a footprint, a piece of clothing, some sign that what I had seen was real and not just a dream I could not wake up from. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and I could see marks in the dirt, small depressions where someone had walked. They could have been from anyone, I told myself. A neighbor, a kid playing in the trees, but they felt like a message, like a path that led back to that window and the man who had watched me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I kept expecting to hear that breathing again, the harsh, ragged sound of someone just outside my sight. But the woods were quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window twice. I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, that I was letting my fear turn something small into something bigger. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was real, and I knew that it was not over. That night I tried to go to bed like normal. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up around me, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I would jolt awake, sure I had heard something, a scrape, a breath, a whisper that was not really there. I finally gave up and went to sit in the living room again. I wrapped a blanket around myself and stared at the door to the balcony, half expecting to see him there, pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just the soft glow of the street lights and the distant sound of a car engine somewhere far away. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start to the sound of something moving outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. I got up slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to go back to bed and pretend I had not heard anything. I pulled back the curtain just a little, just enough to see. He was there. Standing at the edge of the woods, his pale body almost glowing in the darkness. He was closer this time, just at the edge of the light from the street lamp. I could see the shape of him clearly, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the trees. He was watching me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, but I could not look away. We stood there like that for what felt like hours, locked in this silent, terrible moment. And then, as slowly and carefully as before, he turned and walked back into the trees. I do not know what he wants. I do not know why he chose my window, my building, my life. But I know he will come back, and I know that next time, I might not be brave enough to just stand there and watch. The next few days passed in a haze. I went to work, I went through the motions, but I could not shake the feeling that he was always there, watching, waiting. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his pale face, the way his ribs seemed to move with each ragged breath, the way he never flinched, never looked away, even when I did. At work, I felt like I was moving through a world that did not quite fit anymore. My co-workers talked and laughed and shared weekend plans like nothing had changed, like the world was still safe. But I could not join in. I felt like there was a pane of glass between me and everyone else, and on the other side was that man, breathing softly in the dark. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, the lights on, the curtains drawn tight. It did not help much. I still woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in the darkness. Sometimes I would think I heard that scraping sound again, soft and patient, like fingers tracing the window frame. Other times it was just the wind, but I never really knew. One evening, I decided to go for a walk just to clear my head. The sun was setting, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges that almost made me forget how heavy everything felt. I walked slowly, letting the air fill my lungs, trying to remind myself that the world was still there, that it was still turning. As I walked past the edge of the woods, I stopped. There, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare footprints, long and narrow, pressed deep into the soft earth. My breath caught in my chest. I crouched down, reaching out to touch the edge of one. The dirt was still damp from the rain the night before, the shape of his toes clear and sharp. I stood up quickly, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing there just beyond the tree line, watching me. But the woods were quiet, the shadows deep and still. I backed away slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I went home and locked the door behind me, turning every light in the apartment on. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, trying to calm my breathing, my mind replaying the feel of the dirt under my fingers. The shape of those footprints felt burned into my memory. That night, I could not bring myself to sit by the window. I turned the couch to face the door instead, as if that would keep me safer. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and waited for the night to end. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the noise again. Not the soft scrape of branches or the hum of the refrigerator. It was breathing, slow, steady, too deep and too close to be mine. I held my breath, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket so hard it hurt. I did not move. I did not even blink. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, each inhale and exhale a quiet promise in the darkness. Finally, it stopped. I waited for a long time after that, listening to the silence that followed, half afraid to believe it was really gone. In the morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass, faint and oily, like the marks left by fingertips. I ran my hand over them, feeling the cold smoothness of the glass, and shivered. I called the police again, my voice calm and measured, even though my hands were shaking. I told them about the footprints, about the breathing outside the window. They said they would send someone to look around. But when they came, all they found were those same footprints, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing into the trees. They told me they would keep an eye on the area, that they would increase patrols, but I could hear it in their voices. They thought it was just a drifter, someone passing through. They did not see the way he looked at me, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the night itself. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the quiet pressing in on me. I thought about moving, about packing a bag and leaving everything behind. but I knew it would not matter. Wherever I went, I would still see him in the dark. I would still feel his breath on the glass. That night, I dreamed about him. I dreamed I was standing at the window, the glass cold against my forehead. Outside, he was waiting. He was closer than before, his face just inches away. His eyes were so dark, like the night had found a way to crawl inside him and never leave. In the dream, he raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, his fingers splayed and thin. I raised mine too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching, like the cold of the window was the only thing that kept him from pulling me out into the night. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, the sheets tangled around my legs. I could still feel the cold of the glass, the weight of his gaze on me, even though I was alone in the room. I sat up and looked around the living room, every shadow suddenly sharp and alive. I got up and checked the locks again, even though I knew they were all still closed. It was not the locks that scared me. It was the feeling that he did not need them, that if he wanted to come in, nothing I did would stop him. I do not know how long this will go on. I do not know what he wants or why he keeps coming back, but I know that I will never forget the way he looked at me, the way he breathed in the dark. And I know that no matter how bright the morning sun, I will always be waiting for that scraping sound to come again. The next day felt like a blur of static in my head. I went to work, but everything felt off. The lights in the office seemed too bright, the hum of the air conditioning too loud, and the voices of my coworkers all blurred together like white noise. I moved through the day like a ghost, nodding and smiling when I had to, but always with one ear turned inward, listening for the echo of his breathing, even when I knew he was not there. When I got home that evening, I stood in the doorway for a long time before I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like coffee and soap and something else, something sharp and clean that reminded me of hospitals. I told myself it was just the scent of the cleaning spray I had used that morning, but I could not shake the thought that it was something else, something left behind by him. I walked through each room slowly, checking every lock, every window. I knew they were all secure, but I had to be sure. When I finally reached the bedroom, I stood in the doorway and stared at the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but I could still feel the cold of the glass, the memory of his hand pressed against it in my dreams. I turned away and went to the living room, pulling the couch closer to the center of the room so I could see every doorway. I turned on the television, not because I wanted to watch it, but because I needed the noise. The chatter of the newscasters was thin and artificial, but it was enough to keep the silence at bay. As the night settled in around me, I tried to read a book, but the words would not stay in my head. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the faint movement of the curtains in the draft. Every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps. Every brush of the wind against the glass felt like a hand reaching out to find me. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that he would not come back again, but I knew better. I knew the way he had looked at me, the way he had stood there like he was waiting for something only he could see. Around midnight, I turned off the television and sat in the dark, listening. The night outside was quiet, the distant sound of cars on the main road, the only sign that the world was still turning. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing. I do not know how long I sat there like that. Time felt slippery, like it was stretching out into something that did not have an end. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was not loud, just a soft shifting in the darkness, a careful, deliberate sound that made my blood run cold. I sat perfectly still, my heart thudding so hard I thought it would wake the whole neighborhood. Slowly, I turned my head to the window. The curtains were still closed, but I could see the faint outline of movement behind them, a shadow, tall and thin, swaying slightly like it was breathing with me. I did not move. I did not dare. I watched the shape for what felt like forever, my hands clenched so tight in the blanket that my knuckles ached. I could hear my own breath, shaky and too loud in the silence. Then, as if it knew I was watching, the shape leaned closer. I could hear it now, the ragged sound of its breathing, so much like mine but not mine at all. The slow drag of air in and out, like it was trying to match the rhythm of my own lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there. But I could not move. My body felt like it was made of stone, every muscle locked in place by a fear that went deeper than anything I had ever known. The shadow stayed there for a long time, just breathing, and then, as slowly and carefully as it had appeared, it slipped away. The curtains stopped moving, the air in the room felt less heavy, and I was alone again. I sat there until the sun started to rise, the first pale light of morning pushing back the darkness. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and shaky, and my head felt like it was full of fog. I went to the window and pulled the curtains back. The street below was empty, the world washed clean by the light of dawn. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no smudges on the glass. Just the quiet of a new day. But I knew he had been there. I could still feel the cold where his breath had touched the window, could still hear the echo of that ragged sound in the back of my mind. I called the police again, my voice calm but tight. I told them what I had seen, about the shape behind the curtains, the breathing. They said they would send someone to look around, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I did not blame them. Even as I said the words out loud, they sounded crazy to me too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. When the police came, they walked through the woods again, their flashlights cutting through the trees like thin blades of light. They found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there at all. After they left, I sat in the living room, the morning light creeping slowly across the floor. I thought about the way he had watched me, the way he had moved so silently through the night. I thought about how close he had been, just a breath away from me. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he will come back tonight, or if he is already here, standing just outside the reach of the light, but I know that I will be ready. I will sit in the quiet and listen, and I will not look away. Because I know now that he is not just a man, he is something else, something that does not need a name to be real. And I know that no matter how bright the sun, he is still out there waiting. The next few days were a kind of quiet torment. Each morning I woke up exhausted, the memory of those long hours of darkness clinging to me like a second skin. I went through my routines, work and home, and the small rituals I used to keep the world feeling normal, but it all felt like a performance, like I was going through the motions of a life that no longer fit. My co-workers did not notice, or if they did, they were kind enough to pretend. I would see them looking at me sometimes, eyes flicking up from their screens, a moment of concern that quickly passed. I could not blame them. I did not know how to explain it to myself, let alone to anyone else. At home, I kept the curtains drawn tight. Every night I moved the couch again, pulling it closer to the center of the room. It felt like the only place where I could see everything at once, the only place where I might have a chance to keep him from slipping inside. I had stopped calling the police. I knew they would not find anything. They had come 3 times already, each time walking the perimeter of the building with their flashlights and polite questions. Each time leaving without answers. I could see it in their faces, the careful patience of people who thought they were dealing with someone on the edge. I knew what they thought, that I was seeing things, imagining it all in the darkness. Maybe part of me even wanted to believe that too, but I couldn't. Not when I had seen him so clearly. Not when I could still hear the way he breathed, deep and ragged and too close. One night, I tried something different. I left the window open a crack, just enough to let in the cold night air. I wanted to see if he would come closer if there was nothing between us but a thin veil of air. I do not know why. Maybe I thought it would be better to face him than to keep waiting for him to come to me. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and waited. The hours passed slowly. The city around me was quiet, the usual sounds of traffic and distant voices muted by the heavy darkness. I watched the curtains move in the faint breeze, the way the moonlight painted shifting patterns on the floor. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. That slow, careful breathing just outside the window. My heart froze in my chest. I forced myself to stay still, to keep watching. I saw the curtain move just a little. A pale hand, long fingers splayed, pressed against the glass. The skin was so white it almost glowed in the moonlight, the veins beneath it dark and thin. I could see the way his ribs rose and fell with each breath, the slow heave of his chest. He did not speak. He did not move beyond that. He just stood there, breathing, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. I could feel the air from his lungs, cold and damp, seeping into the room. I do not know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, though I know it was only minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back. The curtain settled into place, and the breathing stopped. I sat there, my whole body trembling, and listened to the silence. It felt heavier than any noise could have been, a thick blanket of quiet that pressed in on my chest. When dawn came, I got up and opened the window all the way. The air smelled fresh, clean, like rain. I leaned out and looked down. There were footprints in the dirt, the same bare prints I had seen before, leading away into the trees. I closed the window and sat back down. My head felt light, my hands numb. I kept thinking about the way his hand had looked against the glass, the way it had seemed almost gentle, like a question he was asking that I did not know how to answer. At work that day, I could barely concentrate. My boss asked me to stay late, some last-minute report that needed to be done. I said yes, even though I knew I would not be able to focus. Anything to keep me out of the apartment for a little while longer. When I finally got home, the sun was already down, the air cool and still. I stood in front of the building for a long time, staring up at my window. It looked so normal from the outside, just another square of darkness in a row of dark windows, but I knew what waited on the other side of that glass. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I did not turn on the lights. I sat on the couch in the dim glow from the street lamp outside and listened. The quiet felt almost like a living thing, a presence that pressed against my skin. I do not know how to explain what happened next. It was not a sound, not exactly, more like a shift in the air, a sudden awareness that he was there. I turned slowly, and he was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, just a few feet away. His skin was as pale as ever, his eyes dark and hollow in the shadows. He was breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling with that same deliberate rhythm. I could see every bone, every line of muscle beneath his skin. He did not speak, he did not smile, he just watched me, his head tilted slightly to one side like he was studying me. I could not move. My whole body felt locked in place, every instinct screaming to run but my legs refusing to listen. We stared at each other for what felt like a lifetime, the silence between us thick and suffocating. Then, as if he had made some silent decision, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. I heard the faint sound of the back door opening, the soft scrape of his feet on the floor, and then he was gone. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of day washing the fear from the corners of the room. But it did not wash it from me. The morning after he stood in my kitchen doorway felt like I was walking through a fog. I moved around the apartment slowly, touching everything like I needed to be sure it was real. The kitchen table, the edge of the sink, the soft worn rug beneath my feet. The apartment was exactly the same as it had always been, but it felt different somehow. Like something invisible had been shifted just enough to make me question every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. I kept expecting to find some sign that he had been here, a footprint, a smudge on the door, but there was nothing, just the same quiet, empty rooms. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that maybe I would not see him again, but deep down I knew better. I could feel it in the air, that thick, electric tension that never really went away. I thought about calling someone, about telling a friend or even my mother what had happened, but the words felt too heavy to say out loud. I knew how it would sound. Like a bad dream or a story I had made up to scare myself. I did not want to see that look in their eyes, the one that said they were trying to understand but did not really believe. So I kept it to myself. I went to work and smiled at my coworkers. I answered emails and filed reports. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in my kitchen, pale and still, and utterly patient, waiting for something I could not name. At night, I sat on the couch with the lights on, my eyes fixed on the window. I thought about moving, about packing up and leaving everything behind, but I knew that would not change anything. I could go anywhere, start over 100 times, and he would still find me, because he was not just a man in the dark. He was something that lived in the spaces between waking and sleep, in the soft edges of the night that never really belonged to the day. I decided to do something I had been too afraid to try. I went out to the woods behind the building in the daylight, my feet crunching softly on the leaves and twigs. The sun was bright, the air cool and sweet. It felt almost normal, almost safe. I walked slowly, looking for anything that might explain why he kept coming back to me. I did not find much. A few broken branches, a faint path where the dirt was pressed down, but no answers, no sign of where he had come from or where he went when he disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of the wind in the leaves. I thought about how he had looked at me, the way he had never seemed surprised or afraid, like he had always known that I would be here, waiting. That night, I went back to my routine, the couch, the blanket, the soft murmur of the television turned low just to keep the silence at bay. But there was something different in the air, a kind of stillness that felt almost peaceful. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the scrape of his hand on the glass. My breath caught, my heart beating so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, but I did not move. I just sat there, my hands clenched in the blanket, and waited. The curtain moved slowly, and he was there, standing just outside the window, his pale skin almost silver in the moonlight. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I thought I saw something like sadness there, a flicker of something that was not hunger or malice, but a quiet, endless loneliness. He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass. I did not flinch this time. I raised my hand too, and for a moment, it felt like we were touching. The cold of the glass, the soft whisper of breath on the other side. It was not comfort, but it was not fear either. Just a quiet recognition, a moment of understanding that I did not have words for. We stayed like that for a long time, the night holding its breath around us. Then, as slowly as he had come, he stepped back. He turned and walked into the woods, the darkness closing around him like a door. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft gold. I felt tired, but it was a clean, quiet tired, not the frantic, panicked exhaustion that had lived in me for so long. I do not know if he will come back. Maybe he has finally found what he was looking for, or maybe he will always be out there, just beyond the edge of the light. But I am not afraid anymore. I have seen him. I have stood in that silence and let it wash over me. And I know that whatever he was, whatever he is, he was never really mine to fear. The next morning I opened all the windows and let the cool air fill the apartment. I washed the blankets, cleaned every corner, letting the scent of soap and fresh air push out the last of the shadows. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the sun warm on my skin. It felt like the first breath I had taken in a long time. Sometimes late at night I still think I hear him, a soft scrape against the window, a breath that is not quite mine, but I do not run, I do not hide. I just sit in the quiet and let the darkness be what it is, because I know now that there is nothing left to fear in it, nothing but the soft echo of my own heart, steady and strong in the night. And that, I think, is enough. I almost did not want to share this because it sounds like something out of a bad horror movie, and honestly, I am still not sure how much I believe it myself. But it has been happening for weeks now, and I feel like I need to write it down, if only to make sense of it all. I live in a small house in Seattle, nothing fancy, but it is my home. It all started with the knocking. Not just any knocking, but 3 slow taps, always at the exact same time, 2:47 in the morning, like clockwork. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a branch tapping against the porch, but then it happened again and again. Every night at 2:47, 3 slow knocks on the front door or the porch window. It was strange enough that I started paying attention. I would lie awake in bed, listening, my heart pounding quietly, trying to tell myself it was nothing. But then I saw him. One night, I got out of bed and looked out the window. Standing just beyond the porch light was a tall man, naked, his skin an unnatural gray color, and his eyes too wide and unblinking. He did not move, did not speak. He just stood there, knocking 3 times, then walking away slowly into the darkness. I froze, clutching the window frame, trying to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating. Over the next few nights, the pattern continued. The knocking at 2:47, the same slow, deliberate 3 taps, and the man standing just beyond the porch light. I started keeping my curtains closed, but sometimes I could not help but peek. There was something about him that was both terrifying and sad. He never came closer, never tried to enter the house. He was just there, an eerie presence waiting for something I could not understand. I told a neighbor about the knocking, hoping for some explanation. She shrugged it off, saying she had seen the man too, but that he did not come to everyone. He only comes to certain houses, she said casually, as if it was normal. That made it even creepier. Why was he coming to me? What did he want? Sometimes I caught glimpses of him in reflections, mirrors, windows, even the screen of my phone. He would be there, staring back at me, but when I turned around, he was gone. It was like he existed only in reflections, not in the real world. It made me question my own sanity. Was he real or just a trick my mind was playing on me? One night, the knocking started on the windows too, soft taps that grew louder, echoing through the house when I was asleep. I would wake up startled, heart racing, but when I checked, there was no one outside. The window panes were cold and the street was empty. The knocking seemed to be coming from inside the glass, not outside. I started keeping a journal, writing down every night the time and details of the knocking. It was a small way to hold on to reality, to remind myself that this was happening and not just a bad dream. I tried to research the history of the house, wondering if something had happened here before. I found an old newspaper article about a man who was found dead in this very house almost 30 years ago. The article described him as tall and thin, with no clear cause of death. It was the closest thing I could find to explain the strange visitor. The more I learned, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the past was reaching out to me, and I was caught in between. The knocking, the tall gray man, the reflections, they were all connected somehow. I did not know what he wanted or why he was here, but I knew I could not ignore it. Every night at 2:47, I braced myself for the knocks, hoping that one day I might find an answer, or that it might all just stop. But for now, the tall man stands silently on my porch, knocking 3 times and watching. It is hard to explain how much the knocking affected me. It was not just the sound, but the timing of it. Always at 2:47 in the morning, 3 slow taps that seemed to echo through the whole house. At first I thought I could ignore it, or convince myself it was just some weird coincidence. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to pretend everything was normal. I would lie awake in bed, heart racing, waiting for the sound to start. Sometimes it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting with me. The man standing on the porch only made things worse. His presence was so unsettling. He never spoke or moved much except to knock 3 times and then disappear into the night. His skin was an unnatural shade of gray, almost as if he was fading in and out of existence. His eyes were wide open, too wide, and they seemed to pierce right through me. It felt like he knew things about me, things I had never told anyone. I caught myself staring at his reflection in windows and mirrors, feeling like he was always there, watching. I tried talking to my neighbors about him. Most acted like they did not see anything or quickly changed the subject. One woman told me he did not come to everyone, which made it feel even more personal and creepy. Why was I the only one being visited? I started to feel singled out, like I was part of some private nightmare. It was exhausting, and I found myself avoiding the porch and even the front windows. The knocking started to change. It was no longer just on the porch door. Sometimes I would wake up to taps on the windows, soft and deliberate, as if someone was trying to get my attention without scaring me awake. I remember one night I sat up and watched as the knocks moved from one window to another, circling the house. I did not want to move or make a sound. The silence between the knocks was thick, like the air itself was waiting. I became obsessed with tracking the knocking. I kept a notebook by my bed and wrote down the times and details every night. It was a small way to hold on to something solid in the chaos. Writing made me feel less alone, even though the pages filled with descriptions of the same slow 3 taps every night. I began to notice patterns in the sound, small differences in the way the knocks echoed depending on which window they came from. It was like a language I could almost understand, but never quite. The reflections haunted me. I caught the tall man in mirrors in the hallway, in the glass of my kitchen cabinets, even in my phone screen when I was scrolling through photos. Every time I turned around quickly, there was nothing there. It was like he only existed in the spaces between realities, always present, but never fully here. It made me question my own mind and whether I was losing touch with reality. The house itself seemed to change. Rooms felt colder when he was around, shadows deepened in corners, and the light from lamps flickered unexpectedly. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering, soft and unintelligible, just beyond the edge of hearing. I told myself it was stress or lack of sleep, but it felt too real to be dismissed. I became wary of the night, unsure if I would be able to sleep or if the knocking would pull me into a darker place. I researched the history of my home obsessively. The discovery of the old news article about the man who died here nearly 30 years ago was chilling. The article described him as tall and thin, just like the man on my porch. No cause of death was ever found, and the case remained a mystery. I could not stop thinking about it. Was the man I saw the restless spirit of the one who died? Was he trying to tell me something? Was he trapped here, doomed to knock every night? I felt like I was living in a horror story. I started to notice that the knocking was not just a sound, but a message. Sometimes the pauses between the knocks changed, or the rhythm shifted slightly. I tried to record it on my phone, but the recordings always came out fuzzy or with strange static. It was like the knocking was meant to be heard only by me in that exact moment. Despite the fear, I was curious. I wanted to understand who this man was and what he wanted. I started leaving notes on the porch, hoping to communicate. The notes were simple, asking why he knocked and if he needed help. I never got a reply, but sometimes the notes were moved or torn. It was the only interaction I had with him, and it was both comforting and terrifying. One night, I woke to the sound of knocking, louder than ever, but this time it was not on the porch or windows. It was coming from inside the house, from the bedroom window. I sat up slowly and looked toward the glass. There he was, the tall man, reflected in the window but not outside. His eyes were wide and unblinking, and for a moment I thought he was trying to reach through the glass. I blinked, and he was gone. After that night, I installed extra locks and curtains on the windows. I kept my phone close and talked to friends more, trying to stay grounded. But the knocking continued, and so did the appearances and reflections. It became a nightly ritual, one I dreaded but could not escape. The tall man who knocks 3 times feels like a part of the house now, an unseen tenant who never leaves. I do not know why he is here or what he wants, but I am beginning to think that maybe some mysteries are not meant to be solved. All I can do is wait each night at 2:47, listen for those 3 slow taps, and hope that one day the knocking will stop. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that I was not losing my mind. The knocking kept coming every night at 2:47, the same 3 slow taps that echoed in my ears long after the sound stopped. I stopped sleeping properly, and my days blurred together in a fog of exhaustion and fear. The tall man on my porch became a fixture of my nights, an eerie and silent visitor who seemed to exist in some strange space between reality and nightmare. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, one night the knocking would not come, but it always did. I started to notice other strange things around the house that I had never paid much attention to before. Sometimes the lights would flicker, dimming and brightening as if someone was moving through the rooms. The air would feel colder, especially near the windows and the front door. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye shadows shifting, or a figure standing just beyond the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The reflections became more frequent and unsettling. I would see the tall man not just in the hallway mirror or the front window, but also in my phone screen or the glass on the picture frames around the house. Each time his eyes were wide and unblinking, watching me with a sadness or hunger that I could not understand. Sometimes I would stare back for too long, feeling like I was staring into the void. I was not sure if he was real or just a figment of my tired mind. My neighbors continued to act like the man did not exist. I asked a few more people if they had seen him, and most shrugged or said they preferred not to talk about it. One older woman told me quietly that he only came to certain houses and that I should be careful. That made me feel more alone than ever, like I was being singled out for something I could not control. I kept wondering why he chose my home, why he knocked every single night, and what he wanted from me. The knocking itself started to change. Sometimes it would move from the front door to the windows, tapping softly on the glass when I was trying to sleep. I would wake with my heart racing, listening to the rhythm of the knocks as they moved from window to window, like a slow and eerie dance. I became afraid to close my eyes, afraid that if I did, I might never open them again, but I also felt trapped, like I had no choice but to endure this nightly ritual. In an attempt to make sense of everything, I spent hours researching the history of the house. The old newspaper article I found haunted me. A man, tall and thin, was found dead in the house almost 30 years ago. The cause of death was never determined. The mystery surrounding his death felt like a shadow hanging over my home. I started to believe that the tall man knocking at my door was connected to this tragedy somehow, like a restless spirit trapped between worlds. I tried to reach out to him, leaving notes taped to the door and windows. The notes were simple, asking who he was and why he was here. I never received a response, but sometimes I found the notes moved or torn. It was the only form of communication I had, and it was both terrifying and oddly comforting to know that he noticed me. One night, I decided to confront the knocking head-on. I waited until 2:47, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. The knock started, slow and deliberate. I opened the door just a crack and looked out, but there was nothing there. The porch was empty, the night silent except for the faint sound of my own breathing. It was the first time the man had not been standing there, and the absence felt heavier than his presence ever had. After that night, the knocking stopped for a few days. I felt hopeful that maybe it was over. But then, one evening, I caught a glimpse of the man in the reflection of my bathroom mirror. His eyes were wide and sad, and for a moment, it felt like he was trying to say goodbye. I blinked, and he was gone. The knocking resumed that night, but now it felt different, like a farewell rather than a demand. I began to realize that the tall man was not trying to harm me. He was trapped, stuck in a place he could not leave. The knocking was his way of reaching out, a way to remind the living that he existed. It was a haunting and lonely message, and I started to feel a strange compassion for him. The nights became less terrifying after that. I still heard the knocking and saw the reflections, but the fear was replaced with a quiet sadness. I talked to him silently, hoping he could hear me. I told him he was not alone, and that maybe, one day, he would find peace. I learned to live with the strange presence in my home. The knocking remained a part of my life, a reminder of the past lingering in the shadows, but I was no longer afraid. I had faced the unknown and found a way to coexist with it. Looking back, I realized that some mysteries do not need to be solved to be understood. The tall man who knocks 3 times was a part of my story now, a silent visitor from another time. And though I do not know his full story, I have found a way to live alongside his. It was after that night, the one where I saw him in the mirror one last time, that things began to shift. I cannot say exactly when or how, but the knocking started to change, and with it, the feeling in the house. At first, it was subtle, almost imperceptible. Instead of those 3 slow, steady taps at 2:47 every morning, the knocking became less predictable. Sometimes it came a few minutes earlier or later. Sometimes there were only 2 knocks or 4. It was like the rhythm itself was trying to speak, or maybe it was trying to fade away. I found myself listening more carefully, trying to catch patterns, trying to understand. It was like the knocking was a language I had only just begun to learn. The sounds would echo through the house in different ways depending on where I was. Sometimes I would be in the kitchen when the knocks started, and the sound would feel close, sharp, as if someone was standing right outside the window. Other times, I would be in the living room, and the knocking would seem distant, muffled, as if coming from far away. The tall man's reflections became less frequent too. I would catch a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror or the glass of the front door, and then blink, only to find the reflection empty. It was like he was slowly slipping away from this world, fading with the last echoes of his knocking. I started to wonder if he was finally moving on, or if I was just learning to see less. Despite these changes, I felt a growing calm in the house. The shadows seemed less sharp, the cold spots less biting. I still woke at 2:47 some nights, expecting the knocking, but sometimes there was only silence. The house felt quieter, as if it was holding its breath. It was a different kind of quiet, one that did not fill me with dread, but with a strange sense of peace. I began to talk more openly about what was happening with friends and family. At first, I had kept everything to myself, afraid of sounding crazy or being judged. But sharing my story helped me feel less alone. People were surprised and curious, but also understanding. Some shared their own stories of strange experiences, which made me realize that the world is full of things we cannot explain. My neighbors, too, became more open when I asked them again about the man. One elderly woman told me that she remembered the story of the man who died in the house years ago, and that the knocking had been heard by others before me. She said the community had always been respectful, avoiding the house at night and leaving small tokens on the porch as a sign of peace. I started to understand that this was not just my story, but part of a larger history. I decided to research old newspapers and archives at the local library. I found more articles about the man who died in my house. His name was Thomas, and he had been a recluse, living alone and quietly until his sudden death. The circumstances were mysterious, and no one ever found out how he had died. Some speculated about illness, others whispered about darker things, but the truth remained a mystery. I felt connected to Thomas, like his story had reached across time to find me. One afternoon I found a small, weathered stone on the porch that had not been there before. It was smooth and round, almost like a river rock. I did not know who left it or why, but it felt like a gesture of goodwill, a silent message from whoever or whatever had been knocking all those nights. I placed it on the windowsill inside and looked at it often. The house felt lighter with each passing day. I began to decorate again, hanging pictures and lighting candles. The porch light no longer felt eerie but welcoming. Sometimes, when I stepped outside in the early morning, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the yard, watching me with those wide eyes. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. The knocking eventually stopped completely. The last time I heard it, I was awake and listening. The 3 taps came, slow and deliberate, and then silence. It felt like a goodbye, like the man had finally found peace and was letting me know he was leaving. I sat by the window for a long time afterward, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. I do not know if the tall man who knocked 3 times was really Thomas or something else entirely. I do not know if he was a ghost, a memory, or a part of the house itself. But I know that he changed me. He made me more aware of the unseen and the unknown, and he taught me that sometimes silence can be as meaningful as noise. Living in that house has been a journey, a strange and unsettling one, but also one filled with moments of beauty and connection to the past. I have learned to live with the echoes of those knocks and to find peace in the spaces between. The house feels like home again, not just because of the walls and windows, but because I have made peace with its history. Now, when I hear a creak or a whisper of wind, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I listen with curiosity and respect. I remember the tall man with the wide eyes and gray skin, standing silently on my porch, knocking 3 times in the early hours, and I feel grateful that somehow our stories crossed paths. For anyone who has ever felt haunted by something they cannot explain, I want to say this: Sometimes the things that scare us most are also the things that teach us the most about ourselves. And sometimes, letting go is the bravest thing we can do. I kept thinking about those last knocks for days afterward. It was strange how a sound that had terrified me for weeks could suddenly feel like a goodbye. The silence that followed was heavy but peaceful in a way I had not expected. I started to feel like the house was healing along with me. I no longer flinched at every creak or shadow. The air seemed lighter, as if the weight of whatever had been lingering had finally lifted. I found myself spending more time on the porch during the evenings, watching the sky change colors and listening to the quiet sounds of the neighborhood settling in for the night. It was a simple thing, but it helped me reconnect with the space that had felt so strange and haunted. Sometimes, just sitting there, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a flicker of something tall and thin slipping behind the trees. I would hold my breath and blink, only to find the yard empty and still. The reflection of the tall man stopped appearing, and with it went the uneasy feeling that I was being watched constantly. I could look into the mirror or my phone screen without catching a glimpse of those wide, unblinking eyes staring back at me. It was a relief I did not fully understand until it was gone. It was like the veil between this world and something else had lifted, allowing me to see clearly again. One day, I came across an old journal at a local flea market. It was leather-bound and yellowed with age, and inside were the writings of a man named Thomas, who had lived in Seattle decades ago. Reading his words gave me chills. He wrote about feeling isolated and misunderstood, about strange noises and shadows in his home, and about a sense that something was not quite right. His final entry was hauntingly vague, mentioning a sense of peace he hoped to find soon. It was as if Thomas was reaching out from the past to connect with me, to tell his story through time. I took the journal home and kept it on my bedside table, reading a few pages each night. It helped me make sense of the knocking and the man I had seen. Thomas was more than a ghost or a legend. He was a person whose story had become tangled with mine. I also started talking to people more about what had happened. Sharing the experience helped me feel less isolated. Friends and family listened with a mix of disbelief and concern, but their support meant everything. Some told me about their own encounters with the unexplained, reminding me that I was not alone in having strange experiences. The neighbors became friendlier too. I learned more about the history of the street and the community. People spoke of the house with a kind of respectful distance, as if it held secrets they did not want to disturb. I realized that my story was part of a larger tapestry of lives and events that shaped this neighborhood. I began to focus on reclaiming my home fully. I painted walls, planted flowers on the porch, and invited friends over for small gatherings. Each step was a way to fill the space with life and light, pushing back the lingering shadows. The house no longer felt like a place haunted by a past tragedy, but a home where I could live and grow. Despite the progress, I still sometimes felt a pang of sadness for the tall man. I did not know what had kept him tethered to the house for so long, or what finally allowed him to leave. I hoped that wherever he was now, he had found the peace he sought. That thought brought me a quiet comfort. Looking back, I realized that the knocking and the visits from the tall man forced me to confront parts of myself I had ignored. I learned to face fear, uncertainty, and loneliness in ways I never had before. The experience, while terrifying, also gave me strength and insight. I do not know if the man was truly Thomas or something else, but his presence changed my life. It made me more aware of the unseen and the mysteries that surround us. It taught me to listen to sounds, to silences, and to the stories that are told in subtle ways. Now, when I hear a soft tap or a creak in the house, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I pause and listen, appreciating the life and history in the walls around me. I have learned that not all mysteries are meant to be solved, and sometimes the most important thing is to find peace within the unknown. If you have ever felt haunted by something you cannot explain, I want you to know that you are not alone. Fear can be a powerful teacher, and healing is possible, even when the path is unclear. Sometimes, all we need is to open ourselves to the stories around us and find the courage to face them. The last few weeks felt like a slow turning point, like the house and I were finally coming to an uneasy truce. The knocking had stopped entirely, and the tall man no longer appeared in reflections or shadows. The nights were quiet again, the kind of quiet that lets you breathe fully without the tight knot of fear in your chest. I still kept a journal where I wrote down every odd noise or fleeting feeling, but those entries became less frequent, and the fear that had gripped me for so long began to loosen. I spent a lot of time reflecting on everything that had happened. The knocks, the reflections, the sense of being watched it, had all felt so real and yet so surreal. I realized that the experience had forced me to look inward, to confront not only the unknown in my home, but the fears and loneliness I carried inside myself. In a way, the tall man was a symbol of that struggle, someone trapped, unable to move on, just like I had felt at times. The discovery of Thomas's journal had been a pivotal moment for me. Reading his words and thoughts made me feel connected to something bigger, something beyond the walls of my house. His hopes and fears echoed my own, and through him I found a path to understanding. I often wonder if the knocking was his way of reaching out, asking for acknowledgement and peace. If so, I hope he found it in those final taps and the silence that followed. I invited friends and family over more often, filling the house with laughter, conversation, and warmth. I painted the walls in bright colors and hung new curtains to let in more sunlight. The porch light that once cast eerie shadows now shone softly, welcoming guests instead of mysterious visitors. The small stone left on my windowsill stayed there, a quiet reminder of the unseen and the stories that dwelled just beyond our sight. The neighbors, who had once seemed distant or dismissive, grew friendlier. We shared stories about the neighborhood's past and the old house that stood on this quiet street. Some had heard the knocking long before I did, and others remembered Thomas's story. It was like a community coming together to honor a piece of shared history, no longer afraid to speak of the strange or the unexplained. Through therapy and support, I healed in ways I did not expect. The fear that once controlled my nights no longer held power over me. I learned to trust myself again, and to find peace in the everyday sounds of the house, the creaks, the hum of the heater, the whisper of wind outside. Those sounds were no longer threats, but part of the living, breathing space I called home. Sometimes in the quiet moments, I think about the tall man with the gray skin and wide eyes. I do not feel fear anymore, but a profound sadness and compassion. He was a part of this house's story, a reminder that not all stories have clear endings, and that some souls linger longer than we expect. I like to believe that he found peace, that his knocking was a final goodbye, a signal that he was ready to move on. If there is one thing this experience has taught me, it is that fear can teach us about strength, resilience, and the importance of connection. Sometimes the unknown challenges us to grow in ways we never imagined. It reminds us that our homes, our memories, and our histories are intertwined, and that healing often comes from acceptance and understanding. For anyone reading this who feels haunted by something invisible or inexplicable, I want you to know that it is okay to feel afraid and uncertain. It is okay to seek help and to share your story. Sometimes, the act of telling is the first step toward healing, and sometimes, the quiet moments after the knocks have stopped are the most important of all. I still live in that old house in Seattle, and while the knocking is gone, the memories remain. They are a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my life. But more importantly, they remind me that even in the darkest nights, there is a path to peace. And sometimes all it takes is listening to the knocks, waiting for the silence, and finding courage in the waiting. It started with a text in the middle of the night. My phone buzzed at 3:02 in the morning, jolting me awake from a half-remembered dream. The message was from my boss. Just 3 words that made my skin prickle in the darkness. "Go outside. Let's talk." I lay there staring at the glowing screen, my mind trying to make sense of it. I could see his name at the top of the message, the same contact I had saved months ago when I first joined the company. There was no mistaking it, but why would he be texting me in the middle of the night, telling me to come outside? I texted back immediately, "Is everything okay?" I typed, my thumbs trembling a little. No reply came, not even the familiar 3 dots of a typing indicator. I lay in bed for a long time after that, the blue glow of the phone screen painting the ceiling in cold light. I thought about getting up, about going to the window and looking out into the quiet street. But I didn't. I stayed right where I was, listening to the soft creaks of the old house and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. When morning finally came, I got up and went through the motions of getting ready for work. Shower, coffee, a half-hearted attempt at breakfast. But all the while, that text sat heavy in my mind, like a stone in the pit of my stomach. At work, everything seemed normal. My boss came in around 9, coffee in hand, his usual tired smile on his face. I watched him for a while, trying to decide how to bring it up. Eventually, during a lull in the day, I walked over to his office and knocked on the door. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you mean to text me last night? About going outside?" He looked up from his computer, his brow furrowing. "Text you? No, I didn't send you anything." I pulled out my phone and showed him the message. His face went pale as he read it. "That's weird," he said finally. "I didn't send that. Look." He turned his phone around to show me his call log and messages. There was nothing there. No message to me, no record of any conversation. For a moment, we both just sat there in the quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioning and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights. "Maybe it was a glitch," I said, though the words felt empty in my mouth. "Yeah, maybe," he agreed, but his eyes were troubled. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on work, but every time I glanced at my phone, I saw that message staring back at me. "Go outside. Let's talk." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head, wondering if I had imagined it, if maybe I had been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. But when I checked my phone, the message was still there, as real as anything. Around midnight, I finally gave up on sleep and went downstairs to make tea. The kitchen was cold, the tile floor icy under my bare feet. I stood there, waiting for the kettle to boil, and listened to the quiet of the house. My phone was on the counter, the screen dark and smooth. I couldn't bring myself to pick it up. After a while, I went back upstairs and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and tried to convince myself that it was all just a mistake. But around 3 a.m, I heard it. My name, whispered just outside the window. I froze, every muscle in my body going tense. I strained to listen, my breath caught in my throat. Again, soft and low, my name drifting through the dark. "Come outside," the voice said. "Let's talk." I didn't move. I couldn't. My hands were clenched so tight around the blanket that my knuckles ached. I stared at the window, but the curtains were closed, and all I could see was the faint outline of the glass in the dim light. I don't know how long I lay there like that, listening to the silence that followed. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember is waking up to the pale light of dawn creeping through the curtains. I got up slowly, my whole body stiff. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain just enough to see outside. The street was empty, the early morning light painting everything in soft gold. Nothing moved, no sign of anyone standing out there in the night. I made coffee and tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me. I told myself it was just a dream, that I had imagined it because of the text. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. At work, I didn't mention it. My boss seemed normal enough, greeting everyone with the same tired smile. But when our eyes met across the office, I thought I saw something there. A flicker of uncertainty, maybe, or fear. I spent the whole day feeling like I was walking through fog, every sound muffled, every movement slow. My phone stayed in my pocket, but I could feel it there, heavy and cold against my leg. That night, I went to bed early, hoping that if I was asleep before 3, I wouldn't hear it again, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there in the dark, listening to the soft ticking of the clock on the nightstand and the distant rumble of cars on the main road. At exactly 3:02, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't want to look. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might stop. But I reached for it anyway, my fingers trembling. The message was the same. "Go outside. Let's talk." I didn't move. I didn't reply. I just stared at the screen until the letters blurred and my eyes burned. Outside the window, the night was still, but I swear I could feel someone watching me, just beyond the glass. I woke up the next morning with a dull ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from not sleeping enough. The house was quiet, but it was not the comforting kind of quiet. It felt thick, like something was pressing down on the walls, making the air taste different. I moved slowly, every step deliberate, like I was afraid to wake something that might still be sleeping. I went through the motions of getting ready for work, but I could not stop thinking about the message on my phone. I kept seeing those words over and over, like they had been burned onto the back of my eyelids. "Go outside. Let's talk." My stomach felt tight, and every sound seemed too loud, too sharp. When I got to the office, I tried to act normal. My boss was already there, his tie slightly crooked, a coffee cup steaming on his desk. He looked up when I walked in and gave me a quick smile. but there was something in his eyes that made me pause, a flicker of uncertainty, or maybe just tiredness. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop, but I could not focus. My mind kept drifting back to the text, to the voice outside my window. I kept telling myself it had to be a coincidence, a glitch, or some kind of prank. But no matter how many times I repeated it in my head, I did not believe it. Around mid-morning, I decided to check my phone again. The message was still there, as clear as it had been in the middle of the night. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I even checked the number again, hoping maybe it had been spoofed somehow, but it was his number, no doubt. I thought about talking to him, about showing him the message again, but I could not bring myself to do it. I did not want to see that look in his eyes again, the one that said he was just as confused and scared as I was. Instead, I buried myself in work, forcing my mind to focus on the small, tedious tasks that usually help me feel grounded. But today, it did not work. Every few minutes, I found my eyes drifting to the window, the pale winter light making everything outside look washed out and unreal. At lunch, I went outside to get some air. The wind was cold and sharp, biting at my cheeks and making my eyes water. I stood there for a long time, watching the cars pass by, the people hurrying along the sidewalk. None of them looked at me. None of them seemed to notice the way I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I went back inside, my boss was in the break room, staring out the window with a frown on his face. I hesitated, then walked over. "Did you sleep okay last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He turned to look at me, his brow furrowed. "Not really," he admitted. I kept waking up, feeling like there was something I was supposed to remember. I swallowed hard. "Like what?" He shook his head. "I don't know. It's stupid." I wanted to tell him about the voice outside my window, about how I had felt it more than heard it, but the words caught in my throat, and I just nodded instead. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I answered emails, made small talk with coworkers, all the while feeling like I was moving through water. Everything felt muffled and slow. That night, I sat on the couch with the TV on, the sound turned down low. I kept glancing at my phone, half afraid to see another message, half disappointed when it stayed silent. Around midnight, I finally went upstairs to bed. I stood at the window for a long time, staring out into the darkness. The street was empty, the houses across the way dark and quiet. I told myself there was nothing out there, that it was just the wind I had heard the night before. I closed the curtains and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My heart was beating too fast, and I kept telling myself to breathe, to calm down. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those words again. "Go outside. Let's talk." I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up with a start, my mouth dry and my hands clenched into fists. It was 3:02 in the morning again. My phone buzzed once, then went silent. I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I reached for it, my fingers numb. The message was the same. "Go outside. Let's talk." I felt a wave of cold roll through me, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I lay there, frozen, listening to the quiet of the house, the ticking of the clock, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs. But underneath it all, There was something else, a low, soft whisper just outside the window. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind, just my mind playing tricks on me. But I knew it wasn't. I knew that voice was real. In the morning I looked like hell. My eyes were red and puffy, my hands shaking as I tried to drink my coffee. My boss avoided my gaze when I came in, his face pale and drawn. I wanted to ask him about it, to tell him about the voice, but I could not find the words. Instead, I just sat there, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy between us. Later that day, I found a small note on my desk. Just a scrap of paper, folded once. No name, no signature. I unfolded it slowly, my hands trembling. The words were simple, "You know me." I stared at it for a long time, my heart thudding in my chest. I did not know who had written it, but I knew they were right. The note stayed in my pocket all day. I kept touching it, checking to make sure it was still there, as if it might vanish and take the whole strange experience with it. The words on the paper were simple, but they echoed in my mind with a weight that felt disproportionate to their size. "You know me." I did not know who had written it, but the certainty in the statement was unsettling. At work, I tried to act normal, but I was distracted. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I kept glancing at my boss, wondering if he was watching me, if he knew something he wasn't saying. But he seemed as tired and distracted as I felt. We exchanged polite greetings, but there was a distance between us that hadn't been there before. I considered showing him the note, but I hesitated. What if he thought I was losing my mind? What if he was involved somehow? The uncertainty was paralyzing. I decided to keep it to myself, at least for now. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the house settling. Every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message, but it remained silent. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a noise outside my window. A soft tapping, like someone gently knocking on the glass. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. I wanted to look, to see who or what was out there, but I was afraid. I pulled the covers over my head and lay there, trembling, until the sound stopped. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked the window. There were no marks, no signs that anyone had been there. I told myself it was just a branch, the wind, my imagination, but I didn't believe it. At work, I was on edge. I kept expecting something to happen, for someone to say something that would make sense of the strange events. But the day passed uneventfully. My boss was quiet, focused on his work. I tried to do the same, but my mind kept drifting. During my lunch break, I stepped outside for some fresh air. The sky was overcast, the air cool and damp. I walked around the block, trying to clear my head. As I turned the corner, I saw a figure standing across the street, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, but something about the posture, the stillness, was unsettling. I stopped, staring back. The figure didn't move. I took a step forward, and it turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. I hesitated, then followed, but when I reached the spot, the street was empty. I returned to the office, shaken. I didn't mention it to anyone. What could I say? That I was being followed by a shadow, that I was receiving messages from someone who didn't exist. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I set my phone on the nightstand and left the curtains open. I sat in a chair by the window, waiting. The hours passed slowly. The street outside was quiet, the occasional car passing by. At exactly 3 in the morning, my phone buzzed. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The message was the same. "Go outside, let's talk." I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the front door. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I knew I had to face it. I opened the door and stepped outside. The street was empty, the air was still, the silence heavy. I looked around, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I took a few steps forward, then stopped. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded small and uncertain. There was no response. I turned to go back inside, but something caught my eye. A piece of paper pinned to the door. I reached out and took it, unfolding it carefully. The message was short: "You're not alone." I stood there staring at the words, a chill running down my spine. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it was true. Whatever was happening, I wasn't alone. I went back inside and locked the door. I sat down, the note in my hand, and tried to make sense of it all. The messages, the voice, the figure on the street. It felt like a puzzle, but I didn't have all the pieces. I thought about my boss, about the confusion on his face when I showed him the first message. Was he part of this, or was he a victim too? I didn't know. I decided to do some research. I spent the next few hours online looking for stories of similar experiences. I found forums filled with people sharing tales of mysterious messages, voices in the night, unexplained phenomena. Some were clearly hoaxes, others delusions, but a few felt eerily similar to my own experience. One story stood out. A woman described receiving messages from a number she didn't recognize, messages that seemed to know her thoughts, her fears. She spoke of a presence that watched her, that whispered to her in the dark. She said it started after she began working at a new job, that her boss seemed unaware but somehow connected. The parallels were unsettling. I reached out to her, sending a message through the forum. I didn't expect a response, but it felt like something I had to do. As dawn approached, I sat by the window, watching the sky lighten. I felt a strange sense of calm. I didn't have answers, but I wasn't alone. Someone else had experienced this. Maybe together, we could find the truth. I didn't know what the next message would say, or what the voice would whisper next, but I was ready to listen. The day after I sent that message on the forum, I kept checking my phone for a response, but nothing came. I tried to tell myself it was fine, that maybe she just hadn't seen it yet. But deep down I felt that same cold knot of dread in my stomach, the sense that something was moving just out of sight. At work, everything was normal on the surface. My boss was his usual self, focused and polite, but I noticed he kept glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. Little flickers of worry, or maybe recognition. I couldn't tell anymore. Around midday, I decided to take a walk outside to clear my head. The air was crisp and smelled faintly of wet earth, the kind of smell that always reminded me of childhood. I walked slowly, my hands in my pockets, trying to shake off the feeling that something was following me. Every time I turned a corner, I half expected to see that figure again, standing just beyond the edge of my vision. When I got back to the office, there was a small envelope on my desk. No name, no return address. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying attention. My heart was beating fast as I picked it up and slipped it into my bag. I waited until I got home that evening to open it. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope heavy in my hand. When I finally tore it open, I found a single piece of paper inside, folded once. It was a printout of one of my social media posts from years ago, a photo I had taken at the beach, the sun setting behind me, my hair tangled from the wind. It was a happy memory, a moment of peace. But across the photo, in dark ink, someone had written, "I was there." I stared at the words, my hands trembling. My first instinct was to think it was a joke, some twisted prank by someone who knew me well enough to dig through my past. But the more I thought about it, the less sure I felt. There was something personal in the way it was written, something that made my skin crawl. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, the photo on the nightstand beside me, and listened to the house settle around me. Every creak and sigh felt amplified, like the walls were whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. Around 3 a.m, my phone buzzed again. My breath caught in my throat as I picked it up, already knowing what I would see. "Go outside. Let's talk." I sat there for a long time, the message burning into my eyes. Part of me wanted to get up, to open the door and end this once and for all, but I couldn't. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, my body frozen in place. I finally set the phone down and pulled the blanket up to my chin, telling myself I would deal with it in the morning. But morning came, and I still didn't know what to do. I went to work as usual, trying to act like everything was fine. My boss greeted me with a tired smile, his eyes shadowed like he hadn't slept either. We worked side by side, but the silence between us felt heavy, like there was something neither of us was willing to say. I thought about asking him again, about the messages and the voice outside my window. But every time I opened my mouth, the words died in my throat. That afternoon, I got a reply on the forum, a short message, almost hesitant. "I know what you're going through. You're not imagining it. It's real." I read it over and over, my hands shaking. I wanted to ask 100 questions, to demand answers, but all I could type was, "What do I do?" The reply came quickly. "Don't go outside. Whatever it is, it wants you to let it in." I sat there staring at the screen, the words ringing in my head. Don't go outside. It was such a simple instruction, but it felt like a lifeline, a thread of safety in a world that suddenly felt unsteady. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the TV playing softly in the background. I kept my phone on the coffee table, but I didn't touch it. At exactly 3 a.m, it buzzed. "Go outside. Let's talk." I didn't move. I didn't even look at the window. I just sat there, listening to the quiet voice in my head that kept repeating, "Don't go outside. Don't go outside." Minutes passed, then an hour. The message sat on my screen like a challenge, but I didn't give in. I waited until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains before I let myself breathe again. The next day at work, my boss pulled me aside. He looked tired, his eyes bloodshot and shadowed. "Are you okay?" he asked. his voice low. I hesitated, then nodded, just tired. He looked like he wanted to say more, but he didn't. He just nodded and went back to his office, closing the door behind him. I went back to my desk, but I couldn't focus. The day passed in a blur, my mind stuck on the messages, the voice, the warning. When I got home that night, I locked every door and window and turned on every light. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope and the photo in front of me. I thought about the way the message had said, I was there, and a part of me wondered if this had started long before the first message. If it had been following me for years, watching from the shadows. I didn't know what it wanted or why it had chosen me, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let it in. The days that followed felt like they blurred together. Everything outside of work and my house became a kind of static, like the world was moving on without me, and I was stuck in a slow motion loop. I kept going through the motions, getting up in the morning, going to work, pretending to be fine, but inside I was always listening for the buzz of my phone, for that quiet voice outside my window. At work, my boss seemed just as on edge as I was. He would start to say something, then stop himself, his eyes flicking to mine with that same haunted look I was sure I was wearing too. I wondered if he was getting messages too, if he was hearing things in the middle of the night. I wanted to ask, but every time I opened my mouth, the words caught in my throat. One night I decided to stay up again just to see if it would happen. I made a pot of tea and sat by the window, the curtains pulled back so I could see the street. The world outside looked calm, the streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement, but I could not shake the feeling that there was something just beyond the light, waiting for me to look away. At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed. I didn't need to check to know what it said. Go outside. Let's talk. I stared at the message for a long time, my fingers hovering over the screen. I thought about replying, about telling it to leave me alone, but I knew it would not matter. It would not stop just because I asked. Instead, I put the phone down and closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. I kept repeating the words from the forum in my mind. Don't go outside. Don't let it in. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had survived something, but I also felt more tired than I had ever been, like each night was chipping away at me, piece by piece. At work the next day, my boss called me into his office. He looked worse than I had ever seen him, pale, with dark circles under his eyes like he had not slept in weeks. He closed the door behind me and leaned against his desk. Have you been getting any strange messages? He asked, his voice low and careful. I hesitated, then nodded. Yes, always at the same time. He swallowed hard. 3 a.m. I nodded again. He sat down heavily in his chair, rubbing his face with his hands. I keep getting them too, he said, but when I check my phone in the morning, they're gone. No record of them at all. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Mine are still there, I said. They don't disappear. He looked up at me, his eyes wide. I think it wants you more than it wants me. The words hung in the air between us, heavy and final. I wanted to deny it, to tell him he was wrong, but I couldn't. Deep down, I knew he was right. That night, I got another message, but this time it was different. It was longer. I have been waiting. You know me. Come outside, let's talk. The words felt colder somehow, more deliberate. I sat there, staring at them, feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. I did not go outside. I stayed inside, every light on, the curtains drawn tight, but I could feel it out there, waiting. I did not sleep at all that night. I just sat and listened to the quiet house, every small sound magnified by the silence. The next morning, I felt like a ghost in my own skin. I moved through the day like I was underwater, everything muffled and slow. My boss avoided my eyes and I did not try to force the conversation. We both knew there was nothing either of us could say that would make sense of what was happening. When I got home that evening, I found another note slipped under my door. The handwriting was the same as before, small and neat, almost careful. It said, "You are almost ready." I felt sick as I read it, the words sinking into me like ice. Almost ready for what? I did not know, and the not knowing was almost worse than anything else. I sat down on the floor, my back against the door, and tried to think. I thought about the first message, the first time I heard the voice outside the window. I thought about the photo, the note that said, "I was there." All of it felt like pieces of something bigger, something I could not see clearly. I pulled out my phone and read through every message again, each one like a puzzle piece that did not quite fit. My mind kept circling back to that line from the forum, "Don't let it in." I decided then that I would not go outside no matter what, no matter how many times it asked, no matter how real it felt. I would not give it what it wanted. The next night I sat by the window again. I watched the street, the way the shadows seemed to stretch and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. At 3 a.m, the message came again. "Go outside. Let's talk." I didn't move. I didn't even look at the phone. I just sat there, my hands clenched into fists in my lap, my breath slow and steady. Outside, the night was silent, but I could feel it. I could feel the weight of its attention, like a hand pressed against the glass. I sat there until the first light of dawn touched the sky, the shadows pulling back and leaving the world clean and new. I felt like I had won something, even if it was just for one more night. When I went to work the next day, I felt different, tired but resolute. My boss met my eyes for the first time in days, and I saw the same quiet determination there. We didn't speak about it. We didn't have to. We both knew that whatever this was, we were in it together. The final night began like all the others. I made tea, turned on every light in the house, and settled into my usual chair by the window. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, the weight of it like an unspoken question in the quiet room. I watched the street, the way the shadows played under the soft glow of the lampposts. Everything looked so normal, so ordinary, but the stillness felt charged with something I could not name. I thought about all the nights that had come before, each one a test of my resolve. I thought about the messages, the notes, the voice outside my window. I thought about my boss and the look in his eyes that told me he understood more than either of us wanted to admit. And I thought about that line I had read on the forum, the one that had become my mantra. "Don't let it in." At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed once. I did not pick it up. I did not need to. I already knew what it would say. "Go outside. Let's talk." I closed my eyes and let the words wash over me, feeling the familiar chill crawl down my spine, but I did not move. Minutes passed. The room was so quiet I could hear the soft tick of the kitchen clock. I kept my breathing slow and even, my hands resting in my lap. Outside the window, the world looked unchanged. But I knew better. I could feel it, the weight of something standing just beyond the glow of the porch light. I thought about the figure I had seen that day on the street, the way it had watched me without moving. I thought about the voice in the dark, the way it had whispered my name like it was something it owned. And I thought about the note I had found that said, "You are almost ready." I did not know what it wanted from me. Maybe it was nothing more than to see me open the door, to see me take that first step outside. Maybe it was something older and colder than I could understand. But I knew one thing for sure. I was not going to give it what it wanted. I sat there until the first light of dawn turned the sky, a soft, pale gold. The message was still on my phone, the screen dark and silent. I stood up, my legs stiff and aching, and walked to the window. I pulled the curtains back and looked out at the empty street. The world looked so peaceful in the early morning light, and for a moment I let myself believe that it was over, that whatever it was, it had given up. I turned away and went to wake my son. He was still sleeping, his small body curled under the blankets. I brushed a strand of hair from his forehead and kissed his cheek. The normalcy of it grounded me, reminded me of who I was and what I was fighting for. At work, my boss caught my eye as I walked in. He looked better, the shadows under his eyes not as dark as they had been. He gave me a small nod, and I nodded back. We did not need to say anything. We both knew that whatever had been haunting us had started to lose its hold. The rest of the day passed in a gentle blur. I answered emails, made small talk with my coworkers, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was part of the world again. The weight that had been pressing down on me for so long felt lighter, like I could finally take a full breath. That night, I did not sit by the window. I did not make tea or turn on every light. I let the house stay quiet, the soft shadows pooling in the corners like they always had. I put my phone in a drawer and left it there, refusing to let its buzzing pull me back into the fear. When I lay down to sleep, I felt the bed settle around me like an embrace. I closed my eyes and listened to the gentle sounds of the house, the pipes clicking softly as they cooled, the wind brushing against the glass. No tapping, no voice, just the quiet comfort of being inside, safe. I dreamed of the ocean that night, of standing on the shore, the waves rolling in and out, each one a soft hush against the sand. I dreamed of the sun on my face, warm and bright, and the feeling of being small in a vast open world. It was the kind of dream that left me calm when I woke, the kind that felt more real than anything else. In the morning, I checked my phone. There was no new message, no whisper in the dark, just the normal clutter of notifications and missed calls that life always brings. I smiled and put it back in the drawer. As the days turned into weeks, the messages stopped altogether. My boss and I never spoke of it again, but I could tell from the way he carried himself that he felt it too, the shift, the release of something that had been gripping us so tightly. We went back to our routines, our small talk and our coffee breaks, and little by little, the weight of those nights became just another story I carried with me. A memory that reminded me how close the past can feel when you let it in. Sometimes late at night, I still find myself listening to the quiet. I still watch the shadows, just to be sure, but there is no fear in it anymore. Just a quiet vigilance, a reminder that I am stronger than the things that tried to break me. I do not know what it was that haunted me, if it was something in the dark, or just the echo of old fears that found a new voice. Maybe it does not matter. What matters is that I did not let it in. And now, when I walk out into the world, I carry that knowledge with me like a shield, the certainty that no matter what waits in the night, I am not alone, and I will not be moved. I got the deal through one of those last-minute booking apps. You know, the kind, vague listings, blurry photos, business king room, in a chain hotel that had probably changed ownership 6 times in the last decade. I wasn't picky. I had a conference in Manchester and didn't want to shell out full price for one night. It was just me, one bag, and a PowerPoint I was dreading presenting the next morning. The lobby was clean enough, slightly too warm, that smell of overused carpet shampoo thick in the air. A man at the front desk handed me a key card with one hand while scrolling his phone with the other. He told me the lift was down, but that it was only one flight. I nodded and took the stairs, dragging my suitcase behind me with a rattle. Room 212. The hallway was dim and silent. One of the overhead bulbs flickered when I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of places always felt a bit in between, not quite empty, but not alive either. The room itself was fine. That's the word I kept using, fine. One double bed with a maroon throw across the foot, small desk with a broken lampshade, TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was clean but tired, grout lines yellowed with age. There was a single high window that faced a brick wall, about 2 feet from the glass. No view, no natural light. I set my things down, changed into a hoodie and joggers, and lay on the bed with the television on low. Just background noise. I was too wired to sleep, too bored to do anything else. Ended up scrolling through my phone for most of the evening, killing time until it made sense to try and sleep. I turned everything off around midnight. The room was silent, not peaceful, just off, like it wasn't used to someone being inside. The mattress was too soft, the air felt dry, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't place. Something flat and stale, like dust that had settled too deep into the fabric to wash out. I fell asleep sometime around 1. I woke up to breathing. At first I thought it was mine, that half-asleep confusion where you hear your own body like it's someone else's, but it wasn't mine. The rhythm was wrong, slower, deeper. A dry rasp at the end of each exhale. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but not completely. The curtain was cracked slightly at the top, letting in a sliver of light from the brick wall lamp outside. I could see the shapes of furniture, the foot of the bed, my open suitcase against the far wall. The sound was still going. Not from the hallway, not through the door. It was behind me. The headboard was mounted to the wall, a simple wooden panel bolted above the mattress. The breathing came from directly behind it, close enough to feel like it was in the same room. Close enough to feel like if I put my hand flat against the wall, I'd feel warmth pulsing through it. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there, frozen, listening. The breaths were steady, not labored, not panicked. Just steady, in and out, in and out. I told myself it had to be a pipe, or maybe someone in the next room. Thin walls, These places are full of noise, but I didn't hear anything else. No creaking, no plumbing, no voices. Just that breathing, perfectly timed like a metronome. I sat up slowly, switched on the lamp. The sound stopped. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. I waited a minute. Then two. Then got out of bed and knelt on the mattress, facing the headboard. I leaned in close, pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, but something felt off about the panel itself. I ran my fingers along the edges. The headboard wasn't flush with the wall. There was a small gap near the bottom, just enough space to slide a finger behind it. I pulled gently. It didn't move much, but I could feel that it was hollow behind. Not plaster, not brick. Air. Space. And something else. A draft, cool and faint, brushing against my fingertips. I grabbed the edge of the mattress and shifted it a few inches forward, just enough to expose the wall behind. That's when I saw the vent. It was small, square, and painted the same color as the wall, off-white with a few scuff marks. Easy to miss unless you were looking for it. The cover was metal, screwed in at each corner. But in the center, behind the slats, there was something round. Glossy. It caught the light. I leaned closer, and that's when I saw the lens. A camera. Small, no bigger than a fingertip. The kind used in phone screens or peepholes. Pointed directly at the bed. I backed away fast. My whole body felt electric. Not panicked, not yet, just lit up with adrenaline. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the vent like it might blink. The breathing hadn't returned. But I didn't feel alone. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside without folding or sorting, and left the room with the lights still on. I didn't look back, didn't double-check the drawers. I just walked out and took the stairs down, my heart pounding like I'd left the oven on. At the desk, a different man was working. Young, polite, too polite. I told him I wanted to check out early. He gave me a rehearsed smile and asked if everything had been all right. I told him there was a vent behind the bed with something in it. His face changed. Not confused, not concerned. Just blank. Then he said, "That room hasn't been booked in months." I didn't ask any more questions. I left, and I haven't booked a last-minute room since. I didn't go home right away. I drove for a while, past the city limits, past a few roundabouts I didn't recognize, until I found a petrol station with a lit-up car park and an open cafe. I ordered a tea I didn't drink and sat in the back corner with my laptop open, staring at the login screen for longer than I care to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. That low, wet rhythm of air. The way it had stopped the second I turned on the lamp, like someone holding their breath and waiting. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt reactive. It felt like whatever was back there knew I was awake. I wasn't ready to drive home, not yet. I didn't want to get back to my flat and lie awake in silence, wondering if I'd brought something back with me. I know how that sounds. Like superstition or guilt or some mix of both. But when you walk out of a room and someone tells you it should have been empty for months, it changes the rules in your head. I kept seeing the lens. Not the breathing, not the sound, just the eye of it. That tiny glossy circle catching the light like it wanted me to notice, like it had been waiting. Once the tea had gone cold, I opened my browser and searched the hotel by name. First few results were standard booking sites, mixed reviews, some travel blogs. The sort of things that might say the towels were thin or the breakfast was overpriced, but no mention of anything unusual, no mentions of vents or cameras or strange noise complaints. Nothing that matched what I had experienced. I dug deeper. I started looking through archive news articles, narrowing the search by location and year. I skimmed crime reports, landlord disputes, old fire inspections, and then I found it. It was a single paragraph buried in an article from 8 years ago. The piece was about a missing woman from Salford. Her name was Anna Reeves, 28 years old. Last seen leaving a restaurant in the city center. There was a grainy CCTV image of her crossing the street just before midnight, alone, holding her coat closed against the wind. The article wasn't about the hotel, not directly. But near the end it said her phone had last pinged near the Manchester Hotel District, and then in a single throwaway line, it mentioned that she had booked a room at a chain location on Piccadilly, the one I had just left. Room 212. It was written clearly, not a suggestion, a fact. She had booked that room. But there was no follow-up. No note of whether she had checked in. No mention of whether staff had seen her. It was like the room swallowed the story along with her. I copied the article and saved a PDF, not because I planned to share it, just because I needed to know I wasn't going to wake up and find it gone. The next step wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but it felt necessary. I drove back, not to the hotel itself, just to the street behind it. I parked 2 blocks away and walked through the back alleys until I found the staff door. No cameras that I could see. A small rusted bin enclosure with cigarette butts piled around the corner. A few crates stacked by the back entrance. I stood there for a minute before turning back. I wasn't going to break in. I wasn't that far gone, but I needed to feel how close I could get before something told me to leave. And that feeling came fast. I didn't hear breathing this time. I didn't see a camera. But I did hear a knock. Not from the building. From my car. I turned around slowly and saw a man standing beside the driver's door. Late 40s. Hoodie zipped halfway up. He didn't wave, didn't shout. Just tapped his knuckles against the window once more, like it was his car, and I had parked in the wrong place. I walked back, trying not to look nervous. He turned and walked off without saying a word. No confrontation, no threat. Just gone around the corner and out of sight. I checked the door. No marks, nothing missing. But I locked it anyway and drove home with every mirror angled so I could see behind me. Back at my flat, I finally let myself collapse. I closed the curtains, turned on every light. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I sat on the sofa with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and played an old movie at low volume, just to keep the silence away. The next morning, I called the hotel. I gave a fake name and asked to speak to someone about a lost item. I said I had stayed in room 212. The voice on the phone hesitated, said 212 was not currently available. I asked why. They said the room was out of service for maintenance. I asked what kind of maintenance. They hung up. Not disconnected, not static, just a click, a line gone dead. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't received any calls, no follow-up, no apology, nothing. I told myself I should let it go. People vanish every day. Hotel managers lie. Maybe the lens was a leftover from some weird security setup. Maybe the breathing came from next door, or from the vent itself. Maybe my brain filled in the rest because it needed a story. But last night, I got an email. No subject, no sender listed, just a single line of text in the body. It said, "Room 212 is not empty." That's all. I didn't reply. I deleted the email. But I didn't forget it, because neither did whoever sent it. I told myself I was done. After the email, I shut my laptop and swore I wouldn't open it again for anything that wasn't work-related. I made tea. I watched a sitcom I didn't really follow. I told myself that whatever room 212 was or wasn't, it didn't matter now. I had left it behind. But the truth was, the moment I read that line, "Room 212 is not empty," something changed. Not in the way I felt about the room, in the way I felt about myself. I realized I had become part of it. That email wasn't marketing spam or some troll on a forum. That was personal, directed. It meant someone had seen me, watched me leave, and remembered. By morning, I had the familiar hollow feeling of unfinished business. I tried to ignore it, but it came back like a bruise you forgot was there. So I started digging again. This time I searched for guest reviews, not official listings, but the weird corners of the internet. Independent hotel review blogs, forgotten forums, pages people don't know how to delete. I filtered every mention of that hotel name with the word breathing. There weren't many hits, but there was one. A post from 4 years ago, archived and anonymous. It had no title, just a timestamp and a short story. A man described checking into the hotel late at night after missing a train. The staff gave him a key to a room on the second floor near the end of the corridor. He didn't remember the number, but he remembered waking up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone breathing heavily behind the headboard. He said he lay there, frozen, for almost 10 minutes before getting up to splash water on his face. When he came back from the bathroom, the sound had stopped. He checked out early. No refund. He ended the post with one sentence that stuck with me. It felt like the room was trying to breathe through me. That line stayed with me all day. I couldn't stop picturing that little square vent, the camera lens behind it, the hollow behind the headboard. I kept coming back to that moment when I leaned in close and felt the draft. It hadn't been strong. Just enough to register, but vents don't work like that. Air conditioning makes noise, heat makes noise. That space was silent. The air moved, but nothing powered it. It was like the room itself was exhaling. That night I called a friend who used to do maintenance work in older buildings. I asked him a hypothetical question. What would be behind a sealed headboard in a hotel like that? He said probably nothing. Most hotel walls back onto identical rooms, a solid partition. No reason to leave a void unless it was structural. I asked if anyone could access it. He said not unless it was built that way on purpose. The way he said on purpose didn't sit right. I stayed up late that night reading about hidden camera laws, about how some hotels have been caught installing devices for surveillance, sometimes for reasons no one ever fully explains. Most stories had lawsuits, police statements, settlements, but not that hotel, not room 212. No complaints filed, no warnings online, nothing to market. I searched police records next. Tried to find any follow-up on the missing woman, Anna Reeves. No arrests, no theories, just one more article, older than the first, from the week after she vanished. It mentioned that a cleaning staff member had come forward saying they thought they saw her in the hallway near the vending machine. 3 a.m. Same floor. No CCTV footage available. The staff member said she looked lost or confused. She was wearing a hotel robe and no shoes. They had not reported it at the time because they thought she was just a tired guest. That detail made something turn over in my stomach, because when I checked in, there had been no vending machine on that floor. Just the corridor, just the rooms, just a single flickering light overhead. The machine had been removed. No one had replaced it. But if she had really been there, if she had really wandered out at that hour, confused and barefoot, then the timeline didn't match the story in the article about her phone pinging the area and then going dark, because it hadn't gone dark. She had. That thought chilled me more than the email. The silence, the disappearance, the implication that people had seen her and chosen not to remember, or had been told not to. I wrote down everything. I opened a new file and typed out the timeline as best I could. Arrival. Room number. Breathing. The vent. The lens. The staff's reaction. The article. The post. The email. It felt like stitching together something that was never supposed to be a full picture. But I kept going. I searched for other names linked to the hotel, and eventually I found another one. Robert Hale. He had been listed as missing for 2 weeks in late autumn 5 years ago. The last place he was seen. A hotel bar on the edge of Manchester's city centre. The same street. A different room, but on the same floor. Second level. And when the police followed up with the hotel, they were told there was no record of him ever checking in. I looked for his photo. Nothing remarkable. Just a man in his 30s, button-up shirt, kind eyes. Gone without explanation. And now his name, like Anna's, had been reduced to a paragraph online and a cold note in a database somewhere. That's when it hit me. The room might not be haunted. It might not be cursed. It might just be designed that way. Somewhere along the line, someone turned room 212 into something else. Not a place to stay. A place to take. I didn't tell anyone I was going back. Not because I was afraid they would stop me, more because I wasn't sure what I would even say. Hey, I think I stayed in a hotel room that watches people and possibly swallows them whole doesn't come across well, even with friends who know you're not prone to panic. I kept everything to myself, packed a small bag, and took the train into Manchester like I was just running errands. I didn't bring a laptop, no recording gear. Just a notebook, a pen, and an old disposable camera I had lying around from a birthday 3 years ago. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not this time. I walked into the lobby around 3 in the afternoon. Same beige walls, same soft music that sounded like it was playing underwater. A new guy at the desk, young, neat, buttoned up like he was still trying to impress someone. I asked for a room. "One night," I said. "No special requests." He tapped a few keys and gave me a small smile. "We have one available on the second floor, room 212. My stomach tightened. I nodded, tried to keep my face still. He slid the key card across the desk and told me the lift was working again. I thanked him and didn't use it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, gripping the bag too tightly in my hand. The hallway hadn't changed. Same light flickering halfway down. Same odd quiet, like everything had been turned down a notch. I walked slowly to the door, listening. Not for breathing. Not yet. Just for anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. Room 212. The numbers on the door were slightly crooked, like they'd been removed and put back on by someone who didn't care. I slid the key card. The lock clicked. The room was the same. Exactly the same. Maroon bed throw, desk lamp with a cracked shade, same faint smell of something too clean layered over something much older. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the doorway, trying to figure out if it felt different. It didn't. It felt like it was waiting. I set my bag on the chair and pulled the mattress away from the headboard just like before. There it was, the vent, same off-white paint, same scratches around the corners where it had been installed. I pulled out the disposable camera and took a photo. Then I knelt, flashlight in hand, and looked through the slats again. This time there was no lens. Just darkness. And space. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Because now it meant someone had removed it. Someone knew it had been seen. I didn't try to unscrew the vent. I didn't want to find a wire or a hole or worse. I had another idea. I turned the flashlight off. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. And I waited. The hours passed slowly. Outside, traffic thinned. The air conditioning unit on the other side of the building hummed on and off. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3 in the morning, I heard it again. The breathing. This time I didn't freeze. I opened my eyes slowly, careful not to move. The sound was fainter than before, but it was there. Right behind the headboard. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the notebook. I wrote one sentence. 3:01 a.m. breathing started again. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound was clearer there. Slow inhales, even slower exhales, almost thoughtful, like it wasn't struggling. Just waiting. I knocked once, softly, on the wall. The breathing stopped. I waited. 10 seconds, then 15. Then it started again. But now it was louder. Faster. Like something had woken up. I stood and pushed the mattress out of the way completely. I shone my light through the vent again. Still darkness. But now it was deeper. I don't know how else to explain that. It looked the same, but it felt like the space had widened, like it was deeper now than it had been before. I whispered, "Who's there?" The breathing stopped, and then something tapped back. 3 soft knocks. Just behind the wall. I staggered back and hit the desk with my hip. The lamp flickered. I stared at the wall like it would open. Nothing did. I didn't sleep. I sat in the desk chair, notebook open on my lap, camera on the table, flashlight on the floor. At 5 in the morning, the breathing stopped completely. The silence was worse. I packed my things and checked out at 6. The guy at the desk didn't say a word. He didn't even look at me. Back home, I developed the photo. Just one. The shot of the vent. But when I picked it up from the shop, there was something wrong. The photo was blank. Not overexposed, not damaged. Just gray. A full square of nothing. Like the camera had taken a picture of fog, or of a place that didn't want to be seen. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put it in a drawer and didn't open it again. I tried to forget about the photo. I tucked it in a folder at the back of my desk drawer and didn't look at it again. It was just gray, completely gray. Not blurry, not black, not even out of focus, just one solid tone like it had been filled with static and silence. The shop said the camera was working fine, no chemical issues, no processing errors. 1 frame out of 24, they said, just that one. It took me 3 days to realize I had to go back again. Not to the hotel. I had done that already. I had seen what I was meant to see. This time, I needed to know who had made it that way. I needed to understand why room 212 was allowed to keep swallowing people whole, while the staff just handed out keys like nothing was wrong. So I started calling. The hotel's main number routed me in circles. I got a new voice every time, different names, different scripts, all saying the same things. They could not disclose guest histories. They could not confirm room status. One woman even told me the room was under long-term renovation, even though I had just slept in it 48 hours earlier. I gave up on the phone and started digging through property records, Manchester Council databases, building licenses, fire inspections. I filed a few public record requests. Used an old uni login I still had access to. Most of it was noise, but eventually, one name kept showing up. Torrance Holdings Limited. They were listed as the parent company for the property, a holding group registered in Manchester but tied to addresses in other cities. I followed the trail until I found a company registry listing from 12 years ago that named a director. Just one. Walter Hale. The surname stopped me. Hale. The same name as Robert Hale, the man who went missing 5 years ago, last seen at the hotel. I started pulling old news again. Robert Hale, age 34, vanished in early November. Police said he had been on a business trip. Last contact was with his wife. A text saying he had checked in safely, then nothing. I looked deeper into Walter Hale. Not much. He was older, 60s maybe. He had run a few companies, most of them dissolved, all small, all with vague names and little public history. A man who moved behind paperwork. But I found a number. I stared at it for a long time before calling. He answered on the 3rd ring. His voice was calm, polite, not surprised. I told him I was writing about urban legends, strange hotel stories, that I had come across the name of his company and some documents and wanted to ask a few questions. There was a pause, then he said, "You stayed in the room." It wasn't a question. I said yes. He asked, "Did you move the mattress?" I said yes. Another pause. Then he said, "You're not the first, but you're one of the only ones who left." I asked him what that meant. He said, "The room is not haunted, it's occupied." I waited for him to go on. He didn't. I asked him what was behind the vent, what was in the wall, what had happened to Anna Reeves, to Robert Hale. I asked him if he had built it that way, or if he had just inherited something that couldn't be removed. He said only this: "The room was sealed in 1980, 3 after a tenant died inside. It was not a hotel then. It was housing, council owned. No family, no funeral, just a quiet note in a file. The wall was added later. The vent was never meant to be accessible, but things shift over time." I asked him what had died in there. He said, "Something that needed company." I asked him if the breathing was real. He said, "Not anymore." I asked him if he ever stayed there himself. He hung up. I sat there with the receiver pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. Then I wrote everything down. I printed the missing persons reports. I saved the old building plans. I copied the emails and my notes and the transcribed call. I put it all in an envelope and mailed it to myself. Just in case. That night, I dreamed of the room again. But this time I was outside it, standing in the hallway holding the key card, while the door pulsed like it was breathing. The whole frame inhaling and exhaling. I never opened it. I just stood there, listening. When I woke up, I knew what I had to do. Not go back. Not to the room. To the council office. I requested a visit to the archives, historical property files, specifically the building that housed the hotel before conversion. The clerk handed me a box. Inside were blueprints. Old ones. Faded, stained, but legible. Room 212 had not been a room originally. It had been part of a larger flat. Flat 4. A top-floor unit. But in 1983, the layout changed. A dividing wall was added, a door sealed, and in the margins of the plan, a handwritten note. Unit split per incident, no re-entry permitted. No details. No explanation. Just that. I photocopied it. I put the copy in the envelope with the rest. When I left the building, the air felt heavier than it should have. Not hot, not cold, just thick, like the moment before a thunderclap. I went home. I double-locked the door, and for the first time in days, I unplugged everything. I sat in the dark and waited. There was no breathing, but I still felt watched. I didn't leave the flat for 3 days after I found the blueprints. I kept the envelope on the coffee table, sealed with everything inside: the photographs, the articles, the notes from my call with Walter Hale, and the floor plan showing the wall that should never have been built. I told myself I was done, that I had everything I needed, that I had made it out of the room, and that alone should be enough. But I kept coming back to one question. Who else was left? How many people had checked into that room and never walked back out? The official count was 0, but Anna Reeves, Robert Hale. A list of others whose names never made the papers, whose families never heard back. The disappearances that got written off as travel gone wrong, or simply dropped by time. And that breathing. I could still hear it sometimes, even in my flat, not as sound, as memory, a rhythm that had carved itself into the back of my brain. I would be brushing my teeth or standing in the lift at work, and suddenly I'd feel it again, that quiet intake, that rasping exhale, like something just outside the wall was waiting for me to fall asleep. By the 4th night, I knew I had to go back one last time. Not to stay. Not to ask questions. To end it. I arrived just after 2 in the morning. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, the hotel rising ahead of me like it had always been there. No windows open, no lights showing through the curtains. Just a quiet rectangle of concrete, the kind of building that people pass by without ever really seeing. The front door was unlocked. The desk was empty. I stepped inside and paused, listening for voices. Nothing. No music, no footsteps, just the low hum of the vending machine in the far corner, the one they claimed had been removed. I took the stairs to the 2nd floor. The hallway stretched ahead, dim and familiar. The same bulb still flickered near the middle. I counted doors until I reached 212. The numbers were missing. Only the faint outline of where they had been screwed into the wood. I tried the handle. It opened. No key card, no resistance. Just the soft click of a latch giving way. Inside, the room was exactly how I remembered it. The maroon throw, the headboard, the vent in the wall, the faint chemical smell that had never fully gone. I didn't bring bags this time, just a small crowbar and my phone. I walked straight to the bed and pulled it forward until the headboard was fully exposed. Then I started working on the vent. The screws came loose faster than I expected, like someone had already done this before me. I pulled the cover off and set it gently on the floor. Behind it was nothing but black. Not darkness black. A void. I reached inside, phone in one hand, flashlight on. The beam caught something. A surface. Maybe 2 feet back. I leaned in further. It was not a wall. It was a door. A small one, about half the size of a cupboard. Flat metal with chipped white paint and a sliding bolt on one side. I hesitated, my fingers hovering near the latch. Then I slid it open. The panel creaked. Inside, the space opened wider than it should have. I crawled through. The room was no bigger than a walk-in wardrobe, but the air was colder. Still, it smelled like dust and damp cloth. The floor was covered in what looked like old bedding. Thin sheets, gray with age, laid out like a nest. And in the far corner, something moved. A shape. Small. Still breathing. But it wasn't alive. Not anymore. It was a body. Mummified by time, curled in the fetal position, arms wrapped tight around its chest. I stepped closer and saw the remains of a robe, the hotel's logo still visible near the shoulder. Beside it, a phone. Smashed screen, dead battery. Anna Reeves. I knelt down, heart hammering, and whispered her name. The air changed. Behind me, something shifted. Not sound. Not motion. Just pressure. I turned. Nothing. But the breathing had stopped. For good this time. I left the way I came in. Slid the vent cover back into place. Did not touch the bedding. Did not disturb the body. I walked downstairs. Still no staff. Still no one at the desk. I left through the lobby and walked until I found the first open cafe and called the police. I gave them my name. Told them where to go. Told them what they'd find. I did not wait around. Back home, I left the envelope on the kitchen counter. It felt lighter now, like its purpose had been fulfilled. The news reported on the discovery the next day. Human remains found in sealed utility space in local hotel. No foul play suspected. Identity pending. The hotel chain released a statement calling it a shocking and tragic discovery and promised a full investigation. Room 212 was never mentioned. But I knew. I had seen it. I had heard it. And now it was over. For me. For her. Maybe even for the room. I still don't book last-minute hotels. Still don't sleep with my bed against the wall. But I do breathe easier now, because whatever had been there, whatever had fed on silence and secrets, was finished. Rooms don't stay hungry forever. Eventually they fill, and then they rest. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gas station, the kind of dusty, single-pump place you'd see in the background of a thriller movie and think, don't stop there. But my tank was almost on E, and the next exit wasn't for another 40 miles. I was already running on fumes and pushing my luck. The building itself was squat, whitewashed, and faded, half its letters missing from the old signage above the door. There was a red neon open sign in the window, barely flickering to life in the dying daylight. I parked by the only pump, killed the engine, and checked the mirror. Nothing but a flat 2-lane highway behind me, empty fields and trees ahead, not another soul in sight. I grabbed my wallet, stepped out, and the heat hit me like a punch. Dry, still, and heavy. The kind of air that makes your skin feel sticky the moment you're out in it. There was no card reader on the pump, so I walked inside. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle, and he was already standing there behind the counter like he'd been waiting. He was older than I expected, late 50s, maybe early 60s, greasy gray hair tied back into a stubby ponytail, yellowed eyes that tracked every inch of me the second I stepped in. "Afternoon," he said, voice slow and low. "Hey," I replied, keeping it neutral. "Need to fill up. Pump one." He didn't move to activate anything, just looked at me a little too long before nodding. "Where you headed?" I smiled politely, "Just passing through." His eyes lingered. "Long drive. You going alone?" My gut clenched, but I didn't show it. "No," I said quickly. My husband's in the car." He raised his eyebrows a little, like I'd surprised him. "That right?" he said. "Didn't see him. Must be the tinted windows." I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back toward the door. "You want a bottle of water for the road?" he asked suddenly. "Hot day. You look like you've been driving a while." "I'm good, thanks." He reached under the counter, pulled out a small plastic bottle, and set it down. "Free," he said, smiling wider, "on the house." I stared at it, then looked back at him. There was something in that smile, too much teeth, too much intention, the kind of smile that makes your skin itch. "No thanks," I said again. I turned and walked out, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. As soon as I got in the car, I hit the lock button. The engine fired up, the AC roaring to life. I adjusted the mirror, about to pull out, when something in the rear view caught my attention. The man. He was outside now, walking around the back of the building with his phone pressed to his ear. I watched him stop, glance toward my car, and then quickly turn away. A spike of ice shot through my spine. I backed out and hit the road. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long across the asphalt as I sped west. No traffic, no signs, just miles of nothing, the occasional rusted mailbox at the edge of a dirt driveway. I kept checking my mirrors, nothing behind me but dust. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd watched too many horror movies. He was probably just being weird, small-town weird, the kind of too friendly that gets filtered through awkwardness and poor social skills. But I couldn't shake the look he gave me, the way his tone shifted when I said I wasn't alone, like he'd already decided I was lying. After 20 minutes of quiet driving, I let out a shaky breath and turned up the radio, trying to distract myself. And that's when I saw the headlights in the mirror. A truck. Big, boxy, pickup style. I leaned forward slightly, watching as it gained on me slowly, but deliberately. It wasn't the same car from the station. That guy hadn't been driving a truck. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't pass me, just hovered a little too close, far too steady. I checked for plates. There weren't any. No front plate, no rear plate. My stomach dropped. I tapped the brakes lightly, just enough to signal. The truck didn't back off. I changed lanes. So did it. I slowed. It slowed. I sped up. It followed. I gripped the wheel tighter. No towns nearby, no rest stops, just this stretch of highway, growing darker by the second. I pulled out my phone, heart pounding, and checked for service. 1 bar, maybe 2, then nothing. No signal. My hands started to sweat. I turned the volume on the radio down and tried to breathe, eyes flicking from the road to the mirror to the road again. Still behind me. I turned off onto a narrow service road, gravel crunching beneath my tires, dust clouding the mirror. The truck didn't follow. For a second, I thought I'd lost it. But then, just as I reached a bend in the trees, I caught the glint of headlights turning in. It was back. Slower now. like it didn't care about keeping up, like it knew there was nowhere else for me to go. I reached into the glove box, fumbling through receipts and napkins, until I found the pepper spray I'd bought months ago and never used. I held it in one hand while steering with the other. This was real. This was happening. I had no idea who was driving that truck, but I knew it wasn't random. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The man at the gas station had made a call. I knew it in my bones. He hadn't followed me, he'd sent someone. My phone buzzed. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten service back. But it wasn't a call. It was a text. From an unknown number. You shouldn't have lied. I almost dropped the phone. I looked in the mirror again. The truck's headlights flashed once, then went dark. Still there. Still following. But now in the dark. No lights, no sound. Just the outline of a shape moving behind me. I pressed the gas. The gravel road turned narrow, tighter, lined by woods on both sides. No more signs. No more exits. Just me. And him. The trees closed in on either side like ribs. My high beams cut through the darkness, barely illuminating the road ahead, which had gone from gravel to dirt. My knuckles were white on the wheel, the pepper spray clenched in my other hand, shaking just enough that I had to rest it on my leg to steady it. The truck behind me wasn't using its lights anymore. I only knew it was there because I could see faint movement in the shadows, the slight sway of branches from displaced air. No engine noise, no headlights. Just the presence of something massive creeping through the woods behind me, using the dark like it belonged to it. The phone sat in the passenger seat. I kept glancing at it, hoping for a flicker of signal, anything. But it was blank, useless. The text still glared on the screen. You shouldn't have lied. I tried to think through the options. If I kept driving, I'd eventually have to stop. The road couldn't go on forever. If I turned off and tried to hide, I'd be easy to box in. I needed a town, a house, a person. But this wasn't the kind of area where you stumbled on someone's front porch. This was the kind of place where people had no trespassing signs and pit bulls. This was the kind of place where you disappeared, and no one asked too many questions. Another bend in the road, then another. Still behind me. Still no headlights. Then movement. Off to the right, a shape darting between trees, fast, low to the ground. A second person? I nearly veered off the path, jerking the wheel to avoid something that might have been nothing at all. My tires hit a patch of soft dirt and skidded before regaining grip. I hit the gas harder. Branches scraped the roof. The undercarriage rattled. Every bump in the road sounded like bones snapping under the tires. My brain was running in loops. Why me? Was this a thing? Something organized? A network? Did they wait at those back road stations looking for people like me alone, tired, just enough out of their comfort zone not to fight back? I thought about the man behind the counter, the way he smiled too long, the way he didn't even blink when I said my husband was in the car, like he was testing me. I failed the test. Now someone else was driving behind me, sent by him or working with him, and they wanted something. What, I couldn't guess, but nothing good. Then, ahead, something new. Lights. Not headlights, floodlights. Two of them, faint through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of them. A structure, a house? I kept driving, steering toward the light, desperate now. The road curved hard left and opened into a small clearing. A trailer sat at the center. Old, beat up, covered in rust and shadow. The floodlights were mounted high on poles, aimed down at the clearing like they were set up to deter animals or people. I slowed to a crawl, unsure if I was walking into safety or something worse. There was a truck in the drive. An old one. Not the one following me. My car coasted to a stop. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. For the first time in nearly 30 minutes, I didn't see the shadow of the truck behind me. Had it stopped? I rolled the window down slightly, listening. Crickets, wind, my own breathing. And then the screen door of the trailer creaked open. A man stepped out, mid-40s, beard, work boots, holding a beer in one hand, phone in the other. He stared at me. I hesitated, then opened my door, leaving the engine running. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound normal. "Sorry to bother you. I think someone's following me." He didn't respond. He took a long sip of his beer, eyes never leaving me. I stepped closer. "Did you see a truck come through here?" "Nothing." I took another step. He finally spoke. "What color?" My stomach twisted. He knew. He knew. Dark green, no plates. He scratched his beard, glanced back into the trailer. Then casually he said, "Didn't see one." He said it too smoothly, too practiced, like someone reciting a line. I backed away. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'll keep moving." He didn't stop me. Didn't ask if I needed help. Didn't offer a phone, or directions, or even pretend to care. He just turned and went back inside. I got back in my car and reversed out of the clearing, nearly hitting a tree in my hurry. Back onto the dirt road. No more lights, no more houses, no more people. I drove. Fast. Every noise outside the car made my chest tighten. Every shadow was a person. Every tree was a silhouette. Then another buzz from the phone. Another text. "Don't trust the house." I stared at it in disbelief. Then my headlights hit something ahead. A second car, parked sideways across the road, blocking the path. My heart dropped. No one inside. I slowed to a stop, 10 feet from the vehicle. Just long enough to see the outline of movement in the trees again. Left side this time. Then the right. Then directly in front of me, emerging from the shadows, a figure. Not the man from the gas station. Not the man from the trailer. Someone else entirely. Wearing a hoodie, hands in his pockets. Standing perfectly still. And smiling. I shifted into reverse and hit the gas, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to get away. My tires skidded across the dirt as I threw the car into reverse, gravel spraying out behind me like a warning. The man in the hoodie didn't flinch. He just stood there in the road, blocking my path forward, smiling like he already knew I wasn't getting away. The further I backed up, the narrower the road felt. The trees seemed to push closer, their gnarled limbs clawing at the side mirrors, tapping the roof like fingers trying to find a way in. I hit a bend too fast and nearly fishtailed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. There was no way I was staying anywhere near that blocked road. Not with a stranger waiting and those half-seen figures in the trees. I drove backward until I found a clearing wide enough to turn around without ending up in a ditch. Once I had the car facing the other direction, I floored it. I didn't care if I blew a tire or cracked the undercarriage. I just needed distance. The sky was dark now, moonless. My headlights were the only thing lighting the way, bouncing erratically with every rut and dip in the road. At some point, I realized I was crying. Not sobbing, just this steady stream of tears running down my face, cold and silent. My hands ached from gripping the wheel so tightly. My lower back was screaming from the tension. I glanced at my phone again, still no service. But the screen was on, lit up with the last text. Don't trust the house. What house? The trailer? Or was there something else ahead they didn't want me to find? That phrase spun around in my head, mixing with the memory of the man behind the gas station counter and the one outside the trailer, too calm, too blank, like none of this was new to them. I drove until the road smoothed out again. Gravel turned to cracked pavement, a small relief. Then, finally, I saw a sign. Millersville, 8 miles. Civilization, maybe. But after everything that had happened, even the idea of another town made my skin crawl. Who was to say they weren't in on it too? Still, I had no other choice. I kept driving, slowing only when I spotted another car ahead, this one parked on the side of the road, half hidden in the trees. I tensed up, easing off the gas. But no one was inside. It looked abandoned, dusty, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the outskirts of Millersville. The first thing I saw was a small diner, its neon sign flickering, one of the letters burnt out. There was a payphone out front, the kind I hadn't seen in years. I pulled in, parked close to the building, and scanned the lot. 3 other cars, all empty. I didn't go inside. Not yet. Instead, I walked straight to the payphone, digging in my glove box for coins like it was 1,995. I called my sister. It rang once. Twice. Then, hello? Her voice almost cracked me. Jules, I said, nearly whispering. It's me. Where the hell are you? I've been texting you all night. I don't have service. I looked around. I don't know. Somewhere near Millersville, I think. Something weird happened. Weird how? I hesitated. I think someone's been following me. Silence. Like actually following? Or... Jules, I'm serious. I stopped for gas. The guy was off. He called someone. And then this truck with no plates started tailing me for miles. There were people in the woods. A car blocking the road. I think I almost walked into something bad. Her voice went tight. Where are you now? A diner. I'm gonna go inside and ask if I can use their phone to call the police. Just stay on the line. I'm pulling up your location now. Stay put. I hung up the payphone and walked inside the diner. The bell jingled, and a blast of warm air hit me, greasy and thick with the smell of fried food. A few people were seated at booths, none of them paying much attention. The waitress behind the counter looked up. "Evening," she said. "Help you?" I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "Is there a landline I can use? I need to call the police." Her expression didn't change. Not surprise, not concern, just still. "We don't give out our phone, hon." I blinked. "It's an emergency. Someone was following me." "You're safe now," she said, her voice flat. "You can sit, get a bite. It's all quiet out here." "No," I said, backing toward the door. "I just need to make a call." Behind me, the door opened. I turned. A man stepped in. Not the gas station guy, not hoodie man, but his face was familiar. It took a second, then it hit me. He was in one of the pictures on the wall, a framed photo near the entrance locals, posing out front of the diner, smiling. I'd seen him just seconds earlier, standing in the photo. Now here he was, wearing the same shirt. He smiled at me. "Long night?" he asked. I didn't respond. The waitress glanced at him, then at me. Something passed between them, an understanding I wasn't part of. I stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind me. My heart pounded. I ran to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. The lights inside the diner flickered once. Then again. I checked my phone. Still no service. No texts, no calls. Just a new notification from a number with no name. "They already know you're here." I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was start the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the wheel. And then, slowly, I backed out of the lot and drove back into the dark. I drove fast. Not reckless fast, just that kind of steady speed that keeps your mind from unraveling. My high beams stayed on, bouncing off trees and road signs as I put more distance between me and that diner. My eyes kept going to the rearview mirror, waiting for headlights, waiting for someone to step out from the trees. But the road stayed empty. Just the hum of tires on pavement and the soft rattle of something loose in my glove box. My hands were raw from how tight I'd been gripping the wheel all night. Every muscle in my back ached. My head throbbed behind my eyes like my body was screaming for sleep, but my mind refused to shut down. The text stayed open on my phone. "They already know you're here." I didn't know what that meant, not really. But every person I'd seen since leaving the gas station, the man behind the counter, the guy at the trailer, the man in the hoodie, the people at the diner, they all felt connected. And now it felt like Millersville wasn't just a stop on the map. It was part of something bigger. something I'd accidentally walked into. I thought back to the gas station again, how the man had smiled too wide, how he'd insisted I take the water. He'd tried to slow me down, tried to keep me there. Why? What would have happened if I'd stayed even 5 minutes longer? I passed a faded sign for another county and noticed my gas was low again. A quarter tank, maybe a little less. I hadn't seen another station in miles. I didn't want to stop again, but I couldn't risk breaking down in the middle of nowhere either. 10 more minutes passed before I spotted a sign, gas, 2 miles. I hesitated, then took the exit. The road dipped, leading into a denser patch of woods, darker than before. The trees here leaned closer to the road, casting long shadows that looked like figures standing still. Then I saw the station. Small, old, lit by a single overhead bulb flickering like it was on its last breath. But it was open. The neon sign buzzed in the window, the only color in a world gone gray. I pulled in slowly, scanning the lot. One car parked on the side, no one inside. The building itself was quiet, no movement behind the glass. I hesitated, then grabbed my wallet, leaving my phone on the seat. I wasn't going far. As soon as I stepped out, the night air hit me cool, sharp, like the first time I'd really felt the weather since this all began. I approached the pump. Card reader broken. Of course. I headed for the door, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Keep it short. Pay for gas. Don't talk too much. Trust no one. I pushed the door open, and the bell jingled. Behind the counter was a woman in her 40s. Dark hair pulled back, heavy makeup. She looked up and gave me a small, tired smile. "Evening," she said. "Hi, just $10 on pump 1. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, took my card, ran it. I watched her closely. No weird smile. No lingering eye contact. No questions about whether I was alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Bathroom's out back if you need it," she said, pointing toward the side door. "I'm good. Just needed the gas." She handed back my card. "Be safe out there." For once, it sounded like she meant it. I nodded and turned to leave. I made it halfway to the pump before I saw the man. He was standing across the road, just at the edge of the tree line, still watching. Same hoodie, same outline, same person from earlier. He hadn't followed me in a car. He'd walked. Or maybe he'd been there the whole time. I turned back toward the station, ready to run, to shout, to warn the woman. But when I looked through the window, she was gone. Not behind the counter. Not anywhere. I stood frozen, staring. Then, slowly, the lights inside the station began to dim. Not off. Just down. Like someone was turning a dial. And then the neon sign went dark. I backed up. Got in the car. Locked the doors. The man across the road hadn't moved. I turned the key. Engine roared to life. I didn't even bother finishing the fill-up. I threw it into gear and peeled out, tires screaming against the pavement. I checked the mirror once I got back to the main road. The man was gone. Back on the highway, the dread settled deeper into my gut. There was no escaping this. No matter where I turned, someone was waiting, watching. Every stop felt coordinated. Every face part of something I didn't understand. The people weren't working together in a traditional sense, no matching clothes, no visible signals. But they knew. Each one of them knew I wasn't supposed to be there, knew I was alone, knew how scared I was. And they enjoyed it. That was the worst part. They enjoyed it. Around 3 a.m., I finally saw another sign of life. A motel. Old, run down, but lit. Vacancy, the sign said in flickering red. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't keep driving forever. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out how the hell to get out of this maze. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing but the wind. I grabbed my phone. Still no signal. But a new message had arrived anyway. Room 6, leave your key in the door. My mouth went dry. I checked the battery, 10% left. I looked at the motel office. The door was open. Inside, a man stood behind the counter, smiling. Same smile. Too wide. Too still. Like he'd been expecting me. I didn't get out of the car right away. I sat there with the engine idling, watching the office through the windshield, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. He was just standing there, staring at the front door, not at me, not even out the window, but like he already knew I was watching him. I looked down at the message again. Room 6, leave your key in the door. No number, no sender. The phone still said no service. There was no reason I should have gotten that text, unless whoever sent it didn't need a network, unless they were already inside it. I looked back up at the man in the office. He was gone. I blinked and leaned forward, scanning the front window, but the counter was empty. I locked the doors again and killed the headlights. The motel was dark enough now that I felt exposed even sitting inside the car. The sign still buzzed above me, casting everything in red. I thought about turning around and driving away. I still could. The tank wasn't full, but it'd get me at least another 50 miles. That had to be far enough to get out of whatever trap I'd driven into, right? But something kept me parked. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a need to understand what was really happening. I felt like I'd stepped into a script that everyone else had read but me. Everyone I'd met, the guy at the gas station, the waitress, the man in the hoodie, they all played their parts without blinking. And I was the outsider who didn't know the ending. That kind of fear gets inside you, makes you freeze, even when you know you should run. Finally, I turned off the ignition and got out. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes. Every step toward the motel office sounded louder than it should have, like the world was holding its breath. The office door creaked open with barely a push. No one inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. There was a lamp on the counter and a bell. The register was one of those old-school flip number types. dust-covered, barely functioning. A room key sat on the desk. Plastic fob, number 6, printed in faded black letters. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I picked it up, a piece of paper slid out from underneath it, small, yellowed, folded twice. It said, in neat block letters, "One night, that's all you get." That was it. No signature. No date. Just that sentence. I didn't want the room. I didn't want to stay. But something told me that if I left now without taking the key, without playing along, the thing chasing me wouldn't stop. Maybe it wouldn't stop even if I did. But at least if I stayed, maybe I'd learn something. Maybe I'd figure out what the hell this was. I walked out into the night again and found room 6 halfway down the strip. A single light flickered above the door. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. I slid the key into the lock, and for a second, my hand hesitated. Then I turned it. The door opened. The room was normal. Ugly, sure. Pale yellow walls, mismatched furniture, carpet that looked like it hadn't been vacuumed since the 90s. But normal. And empty. No one inside. No sign of life. The bed was made. A single lamp glowed beside it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. I stepped in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I set the key on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't take off my shoes. Didn't move much at all, actually. Just sat there and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke up to the sound of a knock. 3 sharp raps on the door. I sat bolt upright, adrenaline snapping me awake. I checked the time. 3:14 a.m. Of course it was. The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't speak. Whoever was out there didn't knock again. Instead, I heard the soft tap, tap, tap of footsteps moving past my window. Slow. Deliberate. Then nothing. I waited 10 minutes before I got up. I opened the bathroom door first. Empty. Then I approached the window. I pulled the curtain back slowly, just an inch, and peered out. The parking lot was empty. No other cars. No sign of anyone walking. But on the hood of my car, in the condensation that had formed in the night, there was something written. Almost done. I stepped back and let the curtain fall shut. I didn't sleep again. Morning came too slowly. By the time the sky began to lighten, I was packed and standing by the door with my keys in one hand and the pepper spray in the other. I opened the door just as the motel office lights flicked on. The man from the night before, the one I'd seen behind the counter, was walking out with a cup of coffee. He looked at me, nodded once, and kept walking. Didn't speak. Didn't ask how I slept. Just walked across the lot and disappeared around the side of the building. I got in my car, started it, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I saw a single bar of signal appear on my phone. It lasted maybe 5 seconds. just long enough for one more message to come through. You'll forget all of this by tomorrow, but we won't. Then the signal disappeared again, and I drove away from room 6, praying the road ahead didn't lead me back to where I started. The highway stretched out ahead of me, empty and pale in the morning light. It looked peaceful, almost innocent, like it hadn't just swallowed me whole the night before. I kept driving. No music, no radio, just the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional rattle from the loose panel near the glove box. I didn't stop. Not when I passed a diner, not when I passed a gas station, not even when the needle hovered close to empty again. I didn't trust any of it anymore. And I don't know how long I drove, maybe hours, maybe all day. I just kept going until the landscape began to change. The trees got taller, the air clearer. Fewer dead patches of road and more signs of life. I passed a sign that made me start to believe I might be okay. State line 3 miles. Crossing out of wherever I'd been felt like some sort of checkpoint in my head. Like the further I got from that motel, from Millersville, from the gas station and the man in the hoodie, the more I'd return to myself. But there was something else, something I hadn't expected. I couldn't remember the route I'd taken. Not exactly. When I tried to retrace it, to piece it together logically, it didn't add up. Roads that weren't on maps, turns I never meant to make. The gas station, it wasn't listed anywhere I could find, not even in satellite view. Millersville, too many results across different states. None of them looked familiar. Even the motel was a blank. I pulled into a bigger town sometime just after noon. It had a police station, a couple of fast food chains, even a grocery store with a parking lot full of cars. For the first time in over 24 hours, I felt like I wasn't alone in the worst possible way. I parked in front of the police station and walked in. No dramatics, no shouting. I just asked to speak to someone. The officer they sent out was a woman in her early 40s. She offered me coffee. I said yes, even though my hands were shaking too badly to hold the cup. "Take your time," she said, sliding a notepad across the table. "Just start from the beginning." So I told her. Everything. The gas station, the man, the truck with no plates, the people who always seemed to know where I'd be, the messages, the diner, the trailer, the motel. Room 6. I didn't leave anything out. She wrote things down, not everything, just enough. When I was finished, she nodded slowly and set her pen down. "Do you still have your phone?" she asked. I handed it over. She looked through it, saw the texts, the no service screen. She asked if I'd downloaded any new apps recently. I hadn't. Then she asked if she could take it in the back for a minute. I said sure. 15 minutes later, she came back and set the phone in front of me. "There's nothing there." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "No messages, no call logs, no location data, nothing from the last 48 hours, like it was wiped." I felt my breath catch in my throat. "I didn't delete anything." "I believe you." She wasn't patronizing. She sounded like she meant it, but the way she said it like this wasn't the first time someone had come in with a story like mine that unsettled me even more. Then she said something I'll never forget. You'd be surprised how many people come through here with pieces of the same story, different details, same bones. Woman traveling alone, weird gas station, people watching from nowhere. A motel that doesn't show up on maps. They always end up here, or somewhere like here. I stared at her. You're saying this happens a lot? She hesitated. I'm saying it's not unheard of. I swallowed hard. So what is it? She sighed, leaned back in her chair. Could be people, some weird ring of folks who like to mess with travelers. Could be something stranger. I don't pretend to know. But I do know this: everyone who makes it out, like you did, ends up changed. Not all of them physically, but they remember, even if no one else does. I didn't know what to say. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She shrugged. Go home. Let your people know you're okay. Get some sleep. And if you ever get another message, don't answer it. That night, I checked into a normal hotel, one with security cameras and a lobby full of tired families and businessmen eating vending machine snacks. I slept with the lights on. When I got back home 2 days later, everything looked the same. But I didn't feel the same. I checked my doors 3 times before bed. I stopped going for long drives alone. I traded my car, and a month later, even though nothing was wrong with it, just didn't like the memories attached. I told my sister everything. She believed me, or at least pretended to. She's good like that. Eventually, I went back to work. I tried to move on. And mostly, I did. But every so often I'd be walking through the grocery store or pumping gas or sitting in traffic, and I'd feel it. That same pressure. Like eyes on the back of my neck. Like someone was keeping track of me. Making sure I didn't talk too much. Or ask too many questions. I started writing it all down, every detail I could remember, in case it ever happened again, in case someone else needed to know they weren't losing their mind. I never heard from them again. Not directly. But one night, maybe 6 months later, I was cleaning out an old backpack I hadn't used since the trip, and I found something wedged deep in the bottom pocket. A key. Plastic fob. Room 6. No note. No explanation. Just the key. I didn't scream. Didn't panic. I just held it in my hand for a long time, then walked to the trash can and dropped it in. Because I wasn't going back. Not ever. Whatever game they were playing, whatever system they used to find people like me, I was done. I'd made it out, and that was enough. Let someone else take the room next time.